To repeat myself, so you turn on the microphone. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So we have a pretty full agenda. It's going all the way to the letter Q, so I thought we'd go ahead and get started on time. And I think, of course, looking at the items, as it has been in the case, I think it should allow for very incisive, informative discussion and hopefully some advice as well. And so first off, good morning and welcome to this morning's for September 8th. Of 2016, the Financial Aid Advisory Committee's meeting here at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. First off, typically what we like to do is introduce all the members, especially for those that are watching online, so they know who's present. Shannon, if you don't mind, I'll go and start with you.
Shannon Crossland, and I represent TASFA.
Hi, good morning. Audrey Hernandez, College Advising Corps.
Hi, Doris Constantine from St. Edward's University.
Matthew Vandermoss, Student Representative, UNT Health Science Center.
Kathy Sanchez, I represent the Financial Aid Office at the UNT Health Science Center.
Carolyn Mallory, Financial Aid Compliance Director at University of Houston, Victoria.
Chad Pulse, Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Student Financial Aid Programs here at the Coordinating Board.
Christopher Murr, Financial Aid and Scholarships at Texas State University.
Delisa Fox, Texas A&M University, Scholarships and Financial Aid.
Jeannie Gage, Director of Financial Aid, Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi.
Sandy Jones, McClendon Community College, Associate Director, Financial Aid.
Selma DeLeon, University of North Texas, Executive Director of Financial Aid and Scholarships.
Lynn Kenyon, Baylor University.
Carl Gordon, College of the Mainland, Financial Aid Director.
Thank you. And so that's the team for today in terms of the committee. So thank you all for being here today, and also those joining us here at the Coordinating Board and online as well. I also want to do a little bit more in terms of Matthew, who's joining us. He's our new student representative. And Matthew, thank you for being here. And those of you that don't know Matthew, He's currently working as Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine at UNT Science Research. And he's, prior to that, earned his master's at that same institution, graduated with distinction, and he's concentrated there on his master's in terms of medical sciences and clinical research management. And before that, he was a graduate of the Roadrunners, I believe, earning his baccalaureate at UTSA. And if you look at his application, his resume, he has quite a number of honors that he's received. He's a certified EMT, so very diverse. But I think what I really got very excited about in his reading his application, learning more about Matthew, was his passion for financial aid. Very clearly, he wants to not only better understand, but contribute to improving the way we as a state are delivering financial aid to needy and other students, really helping them achieve their educational goals. So, Matthew, I know what you're studying, not personally, but I have an idea of the amount of work that you're doing. So thank you for taking the time to join us, and really looking forward to getting your insights and input in terms of this committee advising the coordinating board and how do we craft financial aid to be more effective and more efficient for our students. So welcome on board and look forward to your input. So we'll be calling on you probably more than you want. So we love the student perspective. And so I know I mentioned we're go through Q today in our agenda. So a round of applause for us. We're already done with A and the introductions. And now,
To add something.
oh no, he's going to steal my thunder there. Something to add to A.
Just one thing I realized for the overview of the meeting, we're going to have a number of presentations on reports. All of those reports themselves will be available online for the CAPS meeting that's coming up in September. So we're going to give you an overview of them today. The actual draft reports will be available, and we'll let you know when those are available for you to pull down if you want to read them in full.
Anything else for A before I move on to B? Okay, now on to B. And so most of you, I think, have already read the minutes, but just if there are any last-minute suggestions for edits, open the floor for that. If not, entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Here, a second.
Second.
Thank you all. All in favor?
Aye.
All not in favor? Okay, good. So we'll consider the minutes approved from our last meeting on May the 26th of this year. So look at us rolling along. I think we're going to see, Chad, is that correct? Yeah. All right, now we're moving to C. And so it's our first guest. I think most of you know her. It's Laura Kowalski, who is the Assistant Manager for Policy and Regulatory Affairs at TG, and she's going to visit with us in terms of repayment options. So welcome, and thank you for joining us, Laura.
Thank you very much. And yes, I think I've met most of you over the years. I've been at TG for about 20 years, so I think I've met most of you, or at least recognize you. But as Chris said, for those of you I haven't met, I'm the Senior Policy Advisor, Assistant Manager of Policy at TG. And I'm really happy to receive the invitation to kind of talk to you today, more sharing information, kind of reviewing for many of you, since a lot of you are directors, more the back-end issues. You all deal with students in the front end to get them enrolled and keep them successful and retain them and graduate them. But I'm going to talk about then what happens once they enter repayment and give you some of the challenges that some of our students face as they go into repayment. There is a handout hopefully in front of you. We're going to have slides up on the screen as well, but they should be 2 on a page, so I have some graphs there. It makes it a little bit easier to read them. And one of the things I guess I wanted to start with is there are many repayment options, and some would say, including Congress, that there are too many repayment options. So be looking for, when reauthorization begins, the process probably after the first of the year, that there probably will be a reduced number of repayment options over the next couple of years, but for right now, I'm going to tell you what's available. So let's go ahead and look at the agenda. And let me make sure I change this. What I'm going to do is just kind of do a quick overview. I only have 30 minutes today, so I'm going to do a quick overview of the plans. I did also give you a second handout that you can, look at your leisure that gives probably a little bit more details than I'm going to be able to get into today. But I always kind of want to point out the main pros and cons to some of these plans. I personally like to see them kind of side by side and compare, so I'm going to show you a borrower example on how one particular borrower would fare under some of these plans. I also want to touch on Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, which is a very, very generous forgiveness program for our borrowers who work in the public service sector. It was created to go hand in hand with many of the repayment plans I'm going to talk about today. And again, because I have such a short time, I always want to leave resources so you can do your own homework when you leave your meeting today. So let's go ahead and look at the repayment plans. And just kind of as a quick reminder, the repayment process starts once you report that a student has either graduated or dropped below half-time enrollment. The servicer kind of kicks into full gear at that point, and that's when the repayment plan starts for all of our borrowers. I like to divide our plans, and there's today 9 different plans, and there's different. You can read articles that say there's like 30 plans, so there's always different configurations, but there's basically 9 plans. And I kind of categorize them into 2 different categories. And one of them I call the one-size-fits-all, and that's our standard, graduated, and extended. And what that means is one-size-fits-all means they don't look at the individual student, they just look at how much they borrowed and what is the length of the term. Everybody's treated exactly the same. Standard, I call it the automatic plan because, just as a reminder, that is the plan every single borrower is put into when they graduate. Whether they borrowed $1,000 or $100,000, they're put into a 10-year standard repayment plan. So it's up to the individual borrower to choose a different plan if the standard is not the right one. So again, standard is just taking the loan balance, dividing it by 60 equal payments, and that's what their monthly payment amount is going to be for 10 years until that loan's paid off. It is the optimal plan if a borrower can afford the payments because it overall costs the borrower less in interest. So that's the plan we always start with, but some borrowers, it just may be a little bit too high of a payment depending on how much they borrowed. Graduated is another one. It also has just a 10-year term, but it starts out a little bit lower. We kind of call that the optimistic plan. You know, you start out with maybe a starter salary, and the idea is that every couple years the payment will increase, because as your salary increases over time. You still have 10 years, start a little lower, but you still pay it off in 10 years. Because your payments start lower, you obviously cost a little bit more in interest. But it's a very popular plan for many of our borrowers. And then the extended plan was created for borrowers that have a lot more loan debt, for borrowers with over $30,000 in loan debt. Again, it's a 25-year term. They don't look at the borrower's individual financial situation, they just kind of divide those payments equally. So that's kind of the first lump of payments. I'm going to spend most of the time on what are called income-driven repayment plans because these are becoming, I hate to say more popular, but I think they're being utilized a lot more and being publicized a lot more as borrower debt, and I know that's what you're going to be talking about here in Texas, increases, and some of the salaries aren't quite keeping up with how much the borrowers are needing to borrow in order to graduate from their program of study. You're going to see here that we have 5 different income-driven plans. I put in parentheses what type of loans. I mean, when I heard how many years many of you have been in the business, you're all very well aware that the Federal Family Education Loan Program no longer guarantees loan as of 2010. So older borrowers, only have a couple options. They only have those first 2, income sensitive and income based. Our current students that only borrow under the direct loan program have many more options. They're actually have a lot more generous benefits for them. We'll talk about that in just a second. I did want to stress though, I read articles almost every day in the Statesman, especially on Sunday, that education section and stuff, about income-driven plans, but they aren't for everyone. I just want to stress again that the standard plan is what we really encourage borrowers to get into if they can afford those payments. Income-driven plans were created by Congress primarily for borrowers that have high loan debt and a small starting salary, a low starting salary. Many times it can be our graduate students or our PhD students, that maybe had to borrow quite a bit, but depending on the program of study they went to, they probably are going to start with a little bit lower beginning income at least. It also is for those borrowers who do try the 10-year standard. They work on it for a while and they realize that they're constantly struggling to make ends meet. So maybe an income-driven plan is more appropriate for them. And of course, to me, I like to say if someone is in need of a long-term solution. And what I try to explain when I talk to some borrowers that call TG is, if you are making your standard payment, yeah, maybe you're still pretty tight with your budget, but you have an unexpected emergency, you have a car breakdown or something. So do I pay my student loan or do I fix my car to go to work? That's a short-term fix that may be a forbearance for 2 or 3 months until they get their budget back in gear is a better solution for that borrower until they get back on track. But if that borrower, because of their income, is constantly struggling or becomes delinquent every few months because they never can make that payment, that's a long-term solution which requires a change in repayment plans. And that's how we kind of differentiate what kind of plan they should be in. And of course, any borrower that's working in a nonprofit, basically a 501c3 tax designated organization, these income-driven plans were designed to go hand in hand with that, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. I've got a lot of information on the slides, but I'm not going to talk about it, so don't worry about that. I gave you that handout. But I did want to kind of lump some of the income-driven plans, and I guess I should have said the second category. When I say income-driven, I'm making an assumption that maybe I shouldn't. It means that borrowers are treated individually. I don't want to quite call it custom plans because they have similar features in the plans, but it's based on a borrower's income and family size. So if you have 2 graduates that borrowed the exact same amount and got the exact same job, if one of them's single and one of them's a mom with 2 kids, a single mom with 2 kids, that payment amount is going to be different under these plans because the thought from Congress is that you need to allocate more money to take care of your family. So these plans, I think, are really helpful for many, many of our borrowers. So having said that, I separated these first 2, the income contingent and income sensitive, and you can kind of look at these. They've been around since the early 90s, so these aren't the newer plans, but they're plans, the only plans that our Parent Plus borrowers, if they can't handle any of those one-size-fits-all plans that I talked about, these are the only income-driven plans that they are eligible to possibly get their monthly payments reduced. All the income-driven plans with the better features, with the that we're going to talk about in just a second, are only for student borrowers. Grad Plus borrowers, the student Grad Plus borrowers are obviously eligible, but not the Parent Plus. I also lumped these, probably the first 2 income-driven plans together, income-based repayment and the pay-as-you-earn. And just as the name kind of infers, pay-as-you-earn, it's based on income, and it's recalculated the monthly payment amount that, and I'll kind of go over how the payment amount's calculated, but the payment amount is only for 1 year period, for a 12-month period. And then that borrower's income and family size, which can change up or down over the years, is recalculated. And the next year, that payment amount can very much, almost always, is going to change. So these are, again, as you earn, you're going to pay back your student loans. The way Congress looked at it is for the income-based plan, which is the first one, they're saying that they think it seems reasonable that 15% of your adjusted gross income, discretionary income, could be allocated to repay your student loans. They thought that was reasonable. A few years later, they came up with the pay-as-you-earn, actually during President Obama's term. And they're saying, well, maybe 10%. As the economy kind of was shifting, in the earlier mid-2000s, maybe 10% is a more accurate figure. Maybe that would be a little bit better on the family's budget. So these are very similar, but the percentages are slightly different. I kind of underlined one point that I really want to make, and that is they never have to make more than the standard 10-year payment amount. What that means is that under these 2 plans, a borrower's monthly payment amount is capped. And think about that. So if I start out with the starting salary of $30,000, but then I wound up making $130,000 for whatever reason in 6-7 years, whatever, my payment amount is never going to be never higher than that 10-year standard. It's not 15% of my salary. It's 15% of my discretionary income up to a standard payment amount. So a lot of our borrowers who know that their incomes are going to go higher will get into these plans and continue to make lower monthly payments. You can see that I'm going to talk a little bit about the interest subsidy. They both have 3 years of interest subsidy, and if needed. And the terms are a little bit different. For income-based, we've got a 25-year repayment term, and for pay-as-you-earn, it's 20-year term. After that term, if there's any remaining balance, principal, interest, it is forgiven. I put these two together on the slide because these are the only two plans where a borrower has to actually show need and qualify for these plans. And what do I mean by that? This is a very simple calculation, and the good news is that this calculation is all done by the servicer on the, in the background. There's calculations done so the borrower doesn't have to figure it out. But basically, what happens in the background to show whether the borrower qualifies for these plans is, first they determine what their standard 10-year monthly payment amount would be, and let's say that's $200. Then they go ahead and use that formula, 15% or 10%, depending on the repayment plan there, of the borrower's discretionary income. And you can see the definition of discretionary income is looking at the borrower's adjusted gross income minus 150% of the poverty line. Again, this is where the family size comes in, for the borrower's family size, and they come up with the dollar amount. And let's say that dollar amount comes out to be $100. Because the standard $200 plan in my example is higher or greater than the other calculation on the right, those borrowers have a need, which is called a partial financial hardship, and they would qualify for that lower $100 monthly payment for that first year. So that's kind of how those plans work. After the second year, the same calculation would occur. And my example, remember I underlined, can never be more than that standard. In my example, no matter what the borrower's calculation turns out on the right as years go on, their payment amount will never be higher than $200 in my example. That makes sense? I see nods, so good. Okay. And the most recent income-driven plan, and the most generous by far, as you'll see in a minute, is the REPAY plan. And of course, we have acronyms. You're all very used to acronyms for all these plans. This was not implemented until last December, so it's not even been in existence for a year yet. Again, it's 10% of the discretionary income, but you'll notice I don't have that additional underline of a cap. There is no cap on this particular plan. In other words, when I said, you start out at 30 and you wind up with 130, it's going to be 10% of the $130,000 discretionary income amount. It's not going to have a cap, and you'll see why in just a minute because of the generous benefits. Again, all these plans are recalculated every 12-month period. We're going to talk about some of the challenges that I hope you will discuss when I'm gone, that I'm going to bring up that we need to overcome, because there are many challenges to these plans. Maximum term is different as well. If you have only undergraduate loans, your term is going to be 20 years under this plan. But if you have additional loans, like if Matthew had to take out loans for graduate school or to go beyond, any graduate loans that were borrowed, the term becomes a 25-year term, whether you graduated from the program or not. One thing I want to stress, and this is what some of the articles are writing about, under current IRS rules, and Congress is looking at this, any forgiven amount on any of these plans is considered taxable income in the year they receive forgiveness. And when I show you an example, we can see how that can be a challenge. I provided this chart just to kind of give you a snapshot on the generous interest subsidy and the reason these plans have become utilized more and more over the years. For the oldest plan, way back in the 90s, the income contingent, the ICR, there is no interest subsidy. It's just always based on whatever calculation that's on the chart that I gave you. The next two, the IBR and pay-as-you-earn, remember they have to qualify for those plans. But for any subsidized loans that the borrower has taken out, for the first 3 years under the plan, if the borrower's calculated monthly payment does not cover all of the accrued interest, in other words, there's negative amortization. Let's say in my example, when it was a $100 payment, let's say well, that's the wrong one, but let's just say that there's $100 in interest due or something. And if the payment amount doesn't cover all the interest, whatever is left, let's just say $50 is not met based on the payment, the federal government for the first 3 years will pay that $50 for the borrower to make them whole. And the thought process is that even though at the end of the first year, let's say, the borrower's not going to make any dent in the principal, they're also not going to increase their principal because all the interest is going to be subsidized up to the unmet need. And that's a positive thing because as one of the challenges, as borrowers don't make payments, the balance keeps on snowballing and get higher and higher, as you all well know. That lasts for 3 years only on subsidized loans. Look at the repay plan, the newest plan. On subsidized loans, they also get it for the first 3 years, but look after that. For the entire length of that program, remember, it could be a 20 or 25-year term, they also get 50% of any unmet interest calculation until that loan is paid in full. So that's a great benefit. But the last column on the right, this one over here, I've never seen this, and those of you that said you're in the industry 20, 30 years, you've probably never seen it either. For unsubsidized loans, which have never been subsidized in 20 years I've been at TG, under this plan, from the time they get into the plan, if there's any negative amortization on those unsub loans, they receive 50% subsidy from the federal government. That's a very, very generous benefit that many of our borrowers are taking advantage of, and they should. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm trying to talk fast here. Okay, I wanted to show you a quick example, and this is an example of the Department of Ed. I know many of you went probably to last year's conference and maybe go most every year, but this is a simple example. They always call him Billy Borrower. He's single with no dependents to make it easier. His adjusted gross income is $35,000, and in this case, it rises every about 5% every year based on, promotions and salary increases. He's borrowed $50,000 in direct loans, 23 in sub. You can tell from the chart before why it's important to know all these facts. And he did borrow for graduate school, which is going to be important for our newest plan. This is the chart that kind of put together. And what I like to do is, if you look at the bottom of your chart, since you're all looking at your handout, I always like to look at the 10-year standard first. If that borrower gets right out of school and he's got that, whatever his $50,000 loan balance, you divide it by 60 equal payments, and it comes out to $555 a month. If that borrower can afford that payment, that's what he should be paying. And in total, he pays about $16,000 worth of interest on that $50,000 debt over 10 years. But if he can't afford that, I'm going to go up, and I think your handout probably shows a bracket around the income-based repayment, the IBR. I wanted to just kind of pull one of them out. You can see that this same borrower, when they did that calculation, his initial payment is $217, so less than half of what it would be under standard. But you can see the final payment, and that's what I want to say. Remember, it's capped. It's capped at that $555. In his case, it takes him about 19 years to pay it off. You can see how much more he pays over time, and he has no forgiveness because remember, IBR has a 25-year term before any forgiveness kicks in. So his balance is paid off before he has any forgiveness. If you go way over to the right on the repay plan, again, remember, it's only 10% of discretionary income when IBR was 15%, so his beginning payment is even lower, $145. But you see the final payment, there is no cap, so it goes above the standard up to $683. He is in repayment the full 25 years because he started out with such low payments on that $50,000 loan debt. He's paid over $108,000, and he gets about $600 forgiven. So even though it's he's receiving subsidy, because remember, in the example, he had some subsidized loans as well as unsubsidized, he still barely gets some forgiveness. If it's the plan that's going to keep him in healthy repayment, keep his credit score even, and no delinquencies, that's the plan he needs to be in. But if he can afford a different plan, it's probably, well, it will cost him a lot less in overall in interest payments. And the one thing I wanted to stress, just to make sure everybody's on the same page, is because you start in one repayment plan doesn't mean you can't switch to another one. Once you're in an income-driven plan, though, you are in it generally for a one-year period before you switch. If something drastic happens, servicers will make a difference. But generally, we say you usually can't change plans before a one-year period is up. But you can change numerous times throughout your lifetime if you choose to do that. Generally, if somebody is in an income-driven plan, they will stay in the plan. They may switch between a different plan, but they generally stay within it because of those great interest benefits we talked about. Okay, I want to just touch on public service. I've just got a little bit of time left. Public service, for most of you, when you're introducing yourself, many of you are from public universities, which are 501c3s. A private or public nonprofit university. TG is a private, non-public, private, non-profit, thank you very much, organization. Our employees would qualify for this plan as well. It's a very, very generous plan. Any of you that have programs where teacher, firefighter, healthcare professionals, librarians, financial aid directors, workers, they would all qualify. A borrower pays 10 years, 120 on-time payments. Any payment made since 2007 would potentially qualify. Has to be under a qualifying plan, and those are those income-driven plans I just described. Because obviously if they were in a standard 10-year plans, after 10 years, they wouldn't have anything left to forgive. So if they're in this type of a job that qualifies for this forgiveness plan, we encourage those borrowers, even if they can afford the standard payment, to think about an income-driven plan so they can get some forgiveness of that student loan debt. And I love the very last bullet. It matters where you work, not what you do. We get a lot of questions from borrowers. Well, you know, I work as a facilities manager at University of Texas. I'm not a professor. I'm not the president of the university. Do I qualify? And the answer is yes. It's the qualifying organization, not your job, that qualifies you for this particular program. And when they apply for the forgiveness, they also have to be employed. The great thing about this program is you don't have to be in the same job for 10 years. You can be in a nonprofit program for a couple years, maybe go to the private sector, decide, no, nonprofit is where my heart is, go back there, and payments will not count while you're in the private sector, but the clock won't start all over again when you change jobs. And that's really a very positive benefit, I believe. Borrowers can wait 10 years. You know, I've worked at TG long enough. I can just wait until my 10 years are up and just apply at that point. But the department encourages borrowers to turn in what they call an employment certification form every year or at least every couple years, to make sure there's no surprises. You know, all of a sudden, if I think my company qualifies, or I think I've made all my payments on time and realize, well, maybe I did have a few late payments, I may be in for a surprise when my application gets denied because I really didn't meet all those qualifications. So I think it's important to encourage your students to kind of send in this form at least every couple of years. And the good news is, under current IRS rules, and I believe this will continue, any forgiven amount is not considered taxable income. And you can see here, this program has been going on since October 2007. The very first loan forgiveness will happen this fall, which is pretty exciting. I mean, and we don't have any statistics because people don't have to turn in that form, so the department really has no idea how many people by the end of the year are going to apply. So I'm sure there'll be headlines by the end of the year. I wanted to show my example one more time. Remember the income-based repayment person that had zero forgiveness because they worked for a private company. If you look at with public service loan forgiveness, that same borrower with the same payment amounts, after 10 years, They would have paid only $36,000, and they would get $45,000 of their initial $50,000 loan debt forgiven. It's very generous. I've been working already with staffers from Congress about reauthorization. I mentioned that in the beginning. I'm just kind of behind the scenes, just like you all do to educate our legislator here in Texas. And there's no inkling at all that they're going to do away with this program because, of course, we want to consider public service work. There may be some tweaks to it. There may be caps eventually. I don't know, but it's a very generous program, and I encourage all of you to make sure your students that would be eligible really understand this. Okay. I wanted to kind of end with what are the challenges. You know, I talked about all these great repayment plans, these income-driven plans. It's based on their income. It seems affordable, 10%, 15%. And remember, if somebody's unemployed and they have zero income, you know, I'm not going to count unemployment right now. They have zero income. That calculation is going to say for that 1 year, they have a zero payment. These can go down to zero scheduled payments for 1 year period. They're considered on time. They're reported to credit bureaus as an on-time payment, so it doesn't harm them at all because they're looking at their current financial situation at the end of 1 year period. Hopefully that borrower would have gotten a job and they'll recalculate the amount. The application process is one of the biggest challenges for these plans. I actually just had a call yesterday and walked a borrower through the application process. And it's not that it's difficult, especially when you do it online, which we encourage most borrowers to do, but the questions, the way they're worded, were confusing my borrower. And because I knew it enough, I work on a national committee, as many of you know, and we worked with the Department of Ed to develop this form. And some of them will have part of it, and you know how borrowers, students, and then become borrowers don't always read carefully. And you may have something that says family size excluding husband and, you know, spouse and whatever. Well, she was going to immediately start putting numbers. I said, no, didn't you say that, you know? So you just kind of have to help them a little bit through it, which is what a lot of our phone centers do for these borrowers. We worked hard with the department, even though it's complicated. And if you look at the paper form, it's probably 10 or 12 pages long. Online, you have a lot of that skip logic, so it's much shorter. It takes less than 30 minutes to complete, which I think is pretty general. You know, it doesn't take that long. But we have just one form. We really worked hard with the department to say we don't want a separate form for all these different plans, number one. We don't want a form to initially apply for the plan and then another one for renewal after 1 year. We don't want another one to say something happened within my year's period, which is in the regulations that I didn't mention. If I'm doing fine and then all of a sudden I lose my job halfway through, you can call the borrowers call their servicers and they will reduce their payment amount. I just want to make that clear. They're not going to make them struggle for a few months while they don't have a job. We didn't want another form for that special circumstances or whether I want to change from one plan to another. So this all on the same form, which can confuse borrowers a little bit. We hoped it would make it easier, but it is, I could tell yesterday for sure, as an example, that it can confuse borrowers. They need to read carefully, which is a challenge. The application process, if you can do it online, and if your situation, your financial situation, as many of ours do, really don't change that much from year to year, I mean, unless you get a big promotion or something, you can, just like you can with the FAFSA, there's an IRS data retrieval tool connected with these applications. And I was able to experience it yesterday. She literally just said, it says, do you authorize the IRS to share your AGI with your servicer? Yes. And it was downloaded in like 15 seconds. So all the information is already in the application. She approved it and it was sent to her servicer within 30 minutes. But the challenge is, if my situation, if my income last year that I reported to the IRS is very different from what it is today, especially if I've lost a job or got downsized or something like that, my income is much less, you can see the alternative there. Then the borrower literally has to send in, depending on what the servicer requires, pay stubs or unemployment benefit forms or something to prove what their income is, because the servicer doesn't have anything from the IRS. That's a challenge because borrowers have to take action. You know, I'm always kind of confused or surprised, as many of you are, that when you have great benefits like this, that borrowers just don't always follow through. And, but they have to, and that's part of the servicer's responsibility and schools, in my opinion, to keep on reminding students that until you get that approved repayment plan, you're not in a repayment plan. You're in standard 10-year, whether you think you've applied for another plan or not. This is what happens, consequences. You can see that if they don't turn their paperwork in on time, and that's within a 1-year period, they get many reminder notices. The regulations are very clear on how soon, how close to the deadline the servicer has to send these notices. So, I mean, there's very prescriptive rules involved with these plans. But if they don't turn it in, it automatically converts to the 10-year standard with the remaining term. So think about that. If I first initially went into a plan, I did everything I was supposed to. My first year, I've got 9 years left of a standard plan. If I couldn't afford the standard plan to begin with, now I only have 9 years left. They take my ending loan balance, divide it by 9-year term, and that's going to be my new payment amount. So instead of the $127 or $145 for the repay, it's going to go up well past $600 in my example, which is why a lot of our borrowers become delinquent. Again, these are the statistics I wanted to kind of share with you, which I think is encouraging. I'm sure by the end you can see how income-driven plans have increased. Almost 1 out of 4 borrowers today are in these type of plans. And I guess you can look at both sides of the coin. Is it because, as you are going to be discussing, the debt is too high and I just can't afford anything other than these plans? Or is it because so many more people are taking advantage of some of the great benefits, which I think I would probably, you know, advise my own daughter to look at that kind of, those benefits. If you can get any kind of subsidy in some of your unsub loans, it's a very good benefit, or if you're getting into a public service type of position. And then finally, I just want to end with communication, because as you can see from all these plans, the challenge is not more information. The challenge is not, we need another new repayment plan. The challenge is giving borrowers the right information at the right time. And what I mean by that is I put together this slide kind of at the last minute before I sent it to Leah, and it was like, well, how do borrowers know about these plans? And I kind of pulled out just probably 6 or 7 ideas, and they probably get them even in more places. But if you look at some of these, the MPN, I mean, when our borrowers complete the MPN, they're first-year students. They're excited about going to school. They're not thinking about repaying back their loans. Do you think they've read about repayment? No. Entrance counseling, the same thing. Even exit counseling, as many of you have discussed at some of our regional rallies and stuff. I mean, exit counseling, and TG has done amazing research in conjunction with NASFA to show how the current counseling does not work. It's not helpful. And I'm very excited that the Department of Ed has listened to, we've done a lot of presentations to our research group, Jeff Webster's group. Many of you know Jeff and his group. And they are making some changes to their counseling tools, at least over the next couple of years, hopefully to make it more customized, more personalized, because that's kind of what the research is showing. Repayment disclosure, the thing, and many of you know too, I do volunteer work at a nonprofit here in Austin as a credit counselor and a financial coach. And the repayment disclosure is the one that's eye-opening to me, because I have clients coming in most of the time that are graduates with graduate degrees, and they're in social work or something, because it's for low-income residents in Austin. And they come in and they're panicked because their repayment disclosure is always going to show the 10-year standard payment amount. So if they've borrowed $60,000, $70,000, $80,000+ and you have a standard repayment amount, and you have your dream social work job of $35,000 starting salary, it's scary. And they don't read beyond the disclosure, which it is on there, that there are many more repayment options available. Just call us and we can talk to you about it. but it's getting them to know, to read beyond the big, bold, this is how much you owe us every single month. Schools, Department of Ed, obviously guarantors, everything. We all put a lot of things together. Department of Ed has done a lot of campaigns to try to explain different repayment plans. The CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, has also done significant work in trying to educate borrowers on their options to keep them in healthy repayment. And I just put this last slide. I kind of pulled it out from one of the reports that the Department of Ed had. This is what their servicers, all the different places that borrowers learn about repayment. And they're saying, but the challenge again, and I want to stress that, is not that we don't have enough repayment options for the majority of borrowers. I'm not saying that some borrowers still might struggle and some borrowers just won't pay back their loans for various reasons, but the majority do and want to. It's not that we don't have enough repayment options. We probably need to streamline those options, which I think will happen in the next reauthorization. We need to time and be specific about what information and when that information is presented to our students in order to make sure that they know once they've borrowed, and of course the first challenge is trying to limit their borrowing so that they can stay in healthy repayment once they graduate and enter the workforce. And with that, hopefully I didn't go too far over. Resources, again, I'm leaving those with you so that you can do your own homework and learn more about all these various options. And are there any questions before I leave you with your D through Q or something on your agenda? Okay, thank you so much for the invitation. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Laura. And the one thing that's sort of hit me is the timing of it. For us as an institution, I know we're really studying when do you hit students with this information, because I think we're all very strapped for time. Our students have a lot on their plate, and it really is getting a lot better at the timing of the information that we do that. So, Laura, I think that's a great point. And mentioning in terms of the public service loan forgiveness, we were doing some on our campus, some financial literacy education for staff and faculty. And the idea was really to have agents across campus that could better guide students when maybe a student came to a faculty member or someone in career services who had some student repayment issues that they were concerned about. And what we found out is when we covered the loan forgiveness issue that the faculty and staff who had student loans became very interested because they did not know that option was available too. So I think for us, we learned in the last year or so, that's another opportunity. Not only do we need to be educating our students about this, but faculty and staff to try to make their lives a little bit easier as borrowers who may have received funds at another institution. So Laura, thank you very much. I think those are very good points. I think we continue to learn as we go through. Next up is also represented from TG, and it's Brian Ashton. And Brian, thanks for joining us today.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me. As Chris mentioned, my name is Brian Ashton, and I am a relatively new employee of TG, and so I've been with the organization for a little under 4 months now, so I haven't had a chance to really meet many of you, and I look forward to meeting you all over the next few months, hopefully. But my role is I serve as our Director of Student and Institutional Success, and so I work very closely with our financial education, financial literacy, financial wellness programs for campuses around the state. And so I'm excited today to provide an update on a program that we've been running for the past 2 years in conjunction with the coordinating board that was charged by Senate Bill 680, and it's the Texas Student Loan Default Prevention Pilot Program. And so this has been a great opportunity for us to really pilot some financial education initiatives around the state and get at some of the borrowing components that Laura mentioned well in school, and then hopefully help students in that transition into repayment, but definitely trying to address some of the borrowing components on the front end, and then help students navigate that transition into repayment. So today I wanted to give you a quick overview of our pilot that we've been working with the coordinating board on, an overview of the year 2 implementation results, some implementation feedback that we've received, and then sort of the road forward and where do we see changes that will happen for some of the services that we've been delivering as part of the pilot. Within the pilot, we've had the opportunity to touch 4 different sectors of schools. And so we've been in the 2-year public sector, the 4-year public sector, the 4-year private sector, in the proprietary sector, and have had coverage in all of those areas. We currently have 9 schools enrolled in the pilot, and we have had 2 institutions that have removed themselves from the pilot, but we still feel very good about our participation numbers and the fact that we have all 4 sectors represented. And we'll talk about some of the challenges that we've seen on campuses that may have created some of the removal from the pilot program over the past 2 years. Within the pilot, we've been providing a set of features for campuses. And so we've been providing default prevention planning for institutions as kind of an entryway into some of these discussions. And, you know, our long-term goal with this pilot is to address the CDRs on campuses. And so we really begin with that default prevention planning for campus. And then we move into sort of our financial education delivery mechanisms. And so I like to talk about these in 3 separate buckets. We look to deliver education in an online setting with the growing recognition of students are looking for information that's on demand and available at all hours of the day. And so we provide that online component. We also look to provide group education, and so with that, we kind of recognize the idea that there are many what I would call just-in-time moments in a student's life where there's a lot of information that is applicable across a wide variety of students, and so we look to provide that education in a group or a workshop setting. And then the final side is our financial coaching component, which we see as a one-on-one intervention for students, and really where that has come out of is the recognition that finances are an incredibly stigmatized and personal topic, and that many of these conversations are better handled in a one-on-one setting with students. And so we've been able to pilot a virtual coaching model with the campuses that we've been working with, and I think it's a really innovative model to try to provide that service in a way that reduces the barriers to students to access a lot of the information that we have. So in year 2, we've seen, and I'll start by kind of going through all 3 of our features, and this one is our in-person group sessions that we've done with students. And so on the 9 campuses that we were operating in the last year, we had over 3,300 Texas students participate in in-person financial education. And we were really encouraged throughout those sessions to see what I felt was a very large average knowledge gain. And again, the limitation on this is it is a short-term knowledge gain, but again, in terms of that making the longer-term strides, we see that as the first step. So we had an average knowledge gain of 23.6 points over the course of a pre and post test, with 6 of our 9 institutions showing a post-test knowledge score of over 80%. And so if you do the math there, that shows you where our pre-test scores were, and they were not very strong. Passing would be a stretch for a lot of our students who engaged in the pre-test. We also were very encouraged to see high customer satisfaction scores here. I mean, I'm the first to say that financial education and financial literacy knowledge, even though I've dedicated many years of my career to it, is not very exciting. And so if we're able to see high customer sat scores, we feel like we're beginning to do a good job, and the facilitators of these sessions on campus are really beginning to do a good job of delivering that information in a way that students view as helpful and relevant, which I think is one of the big barriers that we've seen in this space. And so we also saw that as an encouraging component in addition to the knowledge gain that we were seeing within our students. We also had 750 or just over 750 Texas students complete an online financial education session. And so these are modules, they range in time length from 15 to 45 minutes. But the average knowledge gain on these was slightly less. And so we saw about 13.6 percentage points of a gain across all of our modules. But what we did see on average was, again, students going from a failing grade to a passing grade. And so we're seeing some momentum there. This is in line with a lot of the literature that we're seeing across the country that, online education, while maybe more convenient for students, is normally not seen as effective for students, which might be part of some of the concerns with entrance counseling and exit counseling that we were talking about. Earlier, I sort of refer to it as the Facebook terms and conditions, where I click accept and don't really pay attention to anything. I think we're seeing some of the same things here in the online space, but what we are seeing, though, is a knowledge gain that is taking students from failing to passing. So at least we're seeing an increase in knowledge and a subsequent increase in awareness with those students. And some of the comments from the focus groups here, the one that did stick out is, we are competing with a lot of different demands on campuses for students' time. And so there was a reoccurring theme of students where they said, we like to have this information available on demand. My schedule is very tight, especially during normal programmatic hours on campus. And even if, a campus that programs until 9 p.m. may be difficult for some students to reach. And so they did like some of the flexibility that went with the online material. The final piece, and again, where I think we see a lot of opportunity to grow, is our financial coaching component. And so we conducted over 80 in-depth financial coaching sessions. These could be an hour and a half. I think our longest was just under 2 hours. But what these really provided were an opportunity to dive deep into a student's financial situation. And so I've always talked about financial education sort of being across 3 different time periods, one being proactive, and so that's working with a student before we have concerns, ideally before admissions or right after they arrive at a campus. The second is reactive, and that's when we're beginning to see some challenges. Maybe they've fallen behind on a payment plan with an institution, or maybe they're trending at a higher than average borrowing rate. But the third is really when a student's in crisis, and this is when they can't make their next rent payment, or they have been or are right at the verge of being dropped for non-payment. And we really see that financial coaching, it can definitely function in a proactive setting, but being a great support system for students who are in that more of the reactive or crisis stage of financial concern. Because oftentimes when we see that, we see underlying concerns that are driving that financial situation far beyond just money, and we see concerns that are coming off of that situation that also extend far beyond money. And so having that one-on-one relationships allows us to dig deeper, make some appropriate referrals, connect to public benefits, but really address, in addition to the surface level concern, which might be paying rent next month, some of the underlying concerns of how we arrived in that situation. Again, we've achieved some great customer satisfaction scores there, an 8.8 for event helpfulness and 9.5 for coach helpfulness. Over the last 40 that we've had in this calendar year, both of those numbers are just below 10 for both of those, and so we're excited to see that trending upward. We are in the process of doing a more robust evaluation of this. The challenge is with the evaluation component that the circumstances that students present with are so varied that it makes it very difficult to do one comprehensive assessment. For a student who may want to learn about repayment options, that assessment looks very different than a student who is trying to be connected to an area food pantry or food bank. And so we're wading through sort of how we want to enhance that assessment for the coming year. We had the opportunity to do some wide range of feedback collection, and so we conducted focus groups at 7 schools with over 76 participants, and on the right-hand side of this slide, there's some demographic information for who those participants were. We also conducted structured interviews with staff at all 9 pilot schools, and we did quarterly implementation surveys with both the school staff and our team to try to gauge how we were doing with implementation metrics. We also convened our schools here in Round Rock, Texas for an annual convening, which was held in June, to really dive into some of the features that we've provided and try to source feedback for how we can enhance for the next year. What we've seen is a good set of promising practices, and the first is really focusing on cross-departmental responsibility sharing. And so very often people hear finances and student finances and they think financial aid. What we know is that our financial aid offices, number one, are incredibly taxed, and it's can be a very difficult integration to make into a financial aid office. But also we know that student finances extend well beyond just financial aid. And so we really are seeing, both in terms of our work on the ground, but what we're hearing from our schools, the need to have shared responsibility around campus and to present this as a truly campus-wide initiative that ties into student success and also ties into the idea of student persistence and retention, because what we're hearing time and time again is the biggest reason why students leave college is because of their financial situation. And so elevating that conversation to be beyond financial aid, if you will, and across the campus is really important. Obviously, these efforts cannot sustain without the financial aid office's involvement, but it doesn't need to be the only bearer of that burden. The second thing is to leverage mandatory venues. And again, this isn't the most exciting topic, so getting individuals to show up can be a challenge. And so thinking about how we integrate into business practices and or pre-existing efforts such as orientation, first year experience, et cetera, was a promising practice that we heard. And then again, that theme of connecting default prevention, financial wellness, and student success was something that we heard time and time again to, again, really move this beyond default prevention and move it into that student success arena that makes it a campus-wide initiative. Schools were also very honest about some of the barriers to success that they had seen, and I think these are things that in order for us to be successful, we need to recognize these, and this is a pilot program, and so we're very thankful for the feedback, and we're very thankful for the opportunity to help to potentially rectify these. The first, and this is no secret in higher education, but staff turnover, and staff have constraints, and so very often when this pilot was implemented, it was added into other duties as assigned, which, as we know, always shrinks and never grows. But when we saw that we weren't necessarily seeing the responsibility within the staff, and there wasn't the opportunity to really ingrain it into a position description. And so again, that lends itself to that cross-campus collaboration to really make the ownership broader than one office. But also staff turnover. And so very often we gain momentum with a campus, and then an individual would leave for another position or for some other reason, or priorities on that campus would change and turn over as well. And so being mindful of that and cognizant of that as we build out in the future is something that we're very mindful of. We also know that there's a lot of competition for mandatory venues, and so it's very easy to say, put it where it's mandatory. It's very difficult to actually implement that. And so, especially in recent years with the rise of some of the requirements from the Department of Ed, from OCR, around Title IX compliance, et cetera, these mandatory venues are becoming more and more flush with initiatives that are being mandated. And so, we're trying to figure out how to best position this as something that can compete for some of that time in those venues and or can seek out new venues. And so, some of the promising practices that we're thinking about are integrating into payment plans and those types of areas, or institutional aid, where the institution has more control over the practice but may not be bogged down by some of the traditional student affairs, student success initiatives. And then finally, that cross-departmental collaboration and leadership buy-in. As much of that is a promising practice, it's also very difficult to achieve in a siloed environment. And so, we're really taking this back and thinking about how do we do a better job of communicating the value to other entities and communicating the value across campus, and trying to make that sales pitch, if you will, because I think that really is what it needs to be around the tie-in with student success in those areas that move beyond financial aid. As we look at all of that feedback, that is more from the institutional side. We also garnered a lot of feedback from the student side. And so the biggest point from the student side was that they were facing quite a bit of anxiety around their finances. And that replicates what we see in the literature, where financial stress is the leading cause of stress for college students, regardless of the demographic, the school, the age. It's the leading cause of stress for adults as well. So that shouldn't be surprising for us. It also shows that there are many time constraints on students, and that's especially true as students have increasing work demands and other things that are competing priorities. And so as we're building out and knowing that in-person education or more in-depth one-on-one interventions may be more effective, we have to balance that effectiveness with the knowledge of time constraints to really figure out what channels are the best to leverage to reach students. The third point was outreach and marketing. Again, I don't think this is any surprise to people who work on campus, but students report inconsistent use of their school email address, for sure, but also inconsistent use of how they want to be communicated to. So some are like, only Snapchat me. That's the only way I check anything. And some say, I don't want you to talk to me at all on social media, text me. And some say, texts are really intrusive, don't do that. And so what we found is that there really isn't a one-size-fits-all. And again, I don't think that's a surprise to many people, but it's always something to be cognizant of as we think about developing communication channels and leaning more towards opt-in communication channels where students can select their preference as to how they want to receive information. The final piece was what was felt to be a financial disconnect between the students and their institutions. And so this was sort of a reoccurring theme in the conversations that we had with students, where they said, what we're seeing is our schools don't understand our financial situation. One of the big things that they used there were textbook costs. And so, they say, I enroll in a course that costs me $500, but my textbook is $300. What gives, And so when we were having these conversations, it also extended to, there was a lot of conversation around the FAFSA, obviously, and some of those things, which, oftentimes gets blamed on the school, even though it's in no way, shape, or form the school's fault. But we were seeing that sort of frustration from students that arise because of that, what they perceived to be a disconnect between their institution and the student. But they all did feel, I think every student we talked to felt that there was a need to provide financial education as an offering on campus, which was positive. Now, whether or not they would take advantage of it was mixed, but they felt that they wanted to have it there as well. So when we look at our service improvement in year 3, these are some of the points that we're really attempting to touch on as we head into the new academic year. The first is to redesign our financial education and loan counseling presentations to allow school staff more flexibility in how they deliver it. And so obviously we have trained professionals who are facilitating on campus, and we are looking to give them more license in terms of customizing that information as they disseminate it so that they can be more comfortable in their presentation styles. The second is we're exploring how a new learning management system might improve the user experience as they go through the Learning Center, but also enhance our pedagogy around how we're delivering that information to try to see an increased knowledge gain in that online education, and really delivering on some of the best practices that we're seeing in online and distance ed to try to enhance that. Again, knowing that there's going to be limitations on effectiveness, but trying to get the most that we can out of that medium, knowing that it is something that students are asking for. We're looking to develop materials to support institutions' marketing and outreach, again, knowing that that's a challenge and that institutions have a variety of different outreach channels, so we're looking to customize those to institutions as we have those conversations. And also building in inter-office communication materials, so more reporting across campus, more communication techniques to help explain what the pilot is and what these services are to other offices that may be outside of the financial aid office as well. And that leads into the next point where we're looking to convene and work on campuses with departments beyond financial aid. And so again, helping to remove that burden from the financial aid office to show that this truly is a campus-wide initiative. And then the final thing is helping institutions share across the pilot set. So helping the different schools that are within the pilot talk about what's worked, what the best practices are. We can do a lot of the dissemination, of best practices, but we find that it's very effective when it goes from school to school. And so providing those avenues for schools, especially like institutions, to have conversations about what has been effective in implementation and how they've helped to reach students. So I know that was a really quick overview of where we are. I wanted to try to get in on time there. There's a full report that we'll be moving forward to the coordinating board here over the next few weeks. And so if you're looking to read, I think we're sitting at about 60 pages, Chad. So
Shorter than that.
Shorter than that? Okay, we have appendix. Yeah. So if you're looking for a more in-depth read on this, that will be out here in the next few months. And so that really dives into more specific quotes and anecdotes from students and can give some really, really good in-depth information on the pilot as well. So more than happy to take any questions on that. And thank you again for your time.
Any questions for Brian? Brian, I do have a comment, and it's more of a thank you. With respect to financial coaching, I took some students here during late registration for the fall, and the students, there are so many, I think, that get so stressed out at this time period, and with the finances, often they don't come to you early enough for you to be proactive with them, and they're coming to you at the last minute with all their other pressures they're dealing with. And how nice it was to have support from the state through Senate Bill 680, since we're a pilot institution, that we can recommend they have financial coaching. And with one of the students, I remember, was a young lady, just a relief that someone would sit down with her for as long as she needed and be able to actually work on a budget and help her really decide how she can make it through beyond just getting through the regular rush through our office, was, to me, I could see the benefits of it right away in terms of her knowing there was some relief and she could actually maybe make an improvement in it. So I just wanted to thank you for your work and also support from the state. And I think the pilot program for us has been very wonderful to be a participant in.
Thank you very much, Chris.
So not a question. So I asked if there are any questions. I made a comment. So I wasn't following my own rules. Any questions for Brian?
I have one. The University of Houston Victoria just hired this new position, a new person, and they're going to be a student financial solutions manager. And what they're going to do is pretty much what you've explained is, coaching students one-on-one. If you could probably give me some advice to help that position get started. One of the first things that we're going to try and do is look at the students that are delinquent on our student accounts. How would what other areas would you suggest us trying to identify students that need financial coaching?
Yeah, I think that's one. It's a great position and a great assistance for the student in terms of that navigation. I think behind where we've seen promising practices, especially when starting a program, is to work into those kind of more mandatory venues, and then word of mouth kind of picks up after that. And so I think delinquent accounts is a great area to start. Behind on, if you have an institutional payment plan, if you're seeing a student who's falling behind and being assessed late fees, that's normally another great area to integrate. If your campus does any form of institutional emergency aid, I always highly recommend placing at least coaching as an option within that emergency aid process, with the full caveat of, obviously time to disbursement with emergency aid is incredibly important. So you need to be able to have a sort of flexible turnaround time. But it is, again, one of those crisis situations that can help navigate. We've also looked quite a bit at those who are looking at some SAP issues or are at risk for any form of drop mechanisms as kind of a stop-out type of support service, as sort of the low-hanging fruit in terms of doing that. The other thing that, and I previously worked at a large campus environment, the other thing that we did a lot of was kind of when there was a large financial aid rush, we would position that some coaches as a triage position, basically, where frontline staff could do that handoff that Chris mentioned to say, you know what, it seems like there's a little bit more
Through the pilot program, the scale is really being, or the burden is really on the part of TG or the coordinating board providing those services and really supplementing the limited resources that some schools may have. I think, for instance, financial coaching, when you have a financial aid office that's overwhelmed and you have a student who really needs a lot of in-depth attention, be able to have someone else facilitate that conversation, help that student be on track, I think would be an advantage. So building on that type of model where you're using resources at TG to accomplish good for the student. And I think too, and Brian, you mentioned this, and I thought it was very good that TG and the coordinating board was coming and asking schools and students questions. I think the marketing piece, which I know you're working on, it would be to an advantage. I think labeling it maybe as financial coaching may be a little bit of a turnoff. And so I think anyway that could be marketed a little bit different to students so they can be hip. That's probably an 80s term to show you how unhip I am. To be more hip to the students and bringing more into it so they feel more comfortable and more at ease having those type of conversations. One of the challenges we have on our campus is we've had a lot of students say, oh yes, I want to do that, but the follow through is for us a real challenge. And I wonder if marketing and how we sell that needs to be improved a little bit. I know internally this year we'll be working with a marketing department, but I can't wait to see what TG is going to come up through in terms of marketing. So those would be my two comments.
And my other comment is bringing it to the students. So one of the things we're doing, connecting through student organizations. And as we go out and talk to people on campus, and they're like, yeah, we want you to come talk to our students. And it may be it's 8 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night when they're having their student meetings, but our folks go because that's how we can get out to the students. And it's on their time and not really on our normal 8 to 5 time that we have to get to where they are. And so we're also being able to get into some of the classrooms for some, and the faculty member really, after they have us there, they love it because they're like, they can teach this class today and we don't have to do it. So, our people go in and they present on kind of financial wellness during that time period. So, and they're appreciative of that as well.
And one thing that's worked for us too is going out, but then bringing the laptop with NSLDS access and showing, do you really know how much you've borrowed? And often they don't. And some students we've had that just shocked some of my staff is they didn't know they had loans. And then for the first time they come over and say, oh, I don't have any loans. Oh, I have $10,000 in loans. And so I think that goes back to, again, financial literacy and really making an attempt to be out there with the students and bringing the information to them.
At Texas A&M Corpus Christi, a couple of years ago, we found that there was a lot of students struggling. Towards the end of the semester, they were getting eviction notices because, of course, they weren't using their financial aid refund to pay their room and board through the end of the semester. So they just didn't have a clue about finances. You know, they'd get this $8,000 refund and think, you know, it's Christmas. But we implemented a mandatory financial aid literacy that they have to do prior to coming in for orientation. So it ended up, we only required them to do one module. And we were finding that they were doing 2 and 3 and 4 modules because I guess they were actually learning something. But we found that has really helped the students. We're not getting as many students coming in, you know, towards the end of the semester saying, I got this eviction notice. So that's really helped our students quite a bit.
Great.
And at UNT, we have a student management money.
Yeah. It's a great,
Have you heard about it?
it's
Our
great.
center, and it's been in existence for over 10 years. And my question is, how do you ask for participants in the program? And how long is the pilot program?
You or me? So the pilot program is it's a 6-year program, or the duration of it is 6 years, and we're heading into year 3. We did an initial ask of schools, and we were looking at a variety of criteria that were aligned with kind of the outcomes that we were hoping to achieve, and also, like I mentioned, having that different sector representation as well as different portions of the state. We haven't really developed a protocol at this point to bring new schools on board, and so that's kind of an ongoing conversation that we're trying to have we're having with the coordinating board to figure out when is the best time. And I think one of the things that we learned is to definitely try to avoid bringing a new school on in the middle of the semester. And so I probably wouldn't anticipate us trying to move in the next month or so to work with a school. But we are having that ongoing conversation with the coordinating board around what next phase may or may not look like. So.
For those of you who have been successful in adding a financial coach or financial literacy educator, et cetera, in your institutions, is there anything that kind of helped sell it on your campus to get the buy-in that the coordinating board and TG can be aware of to be able to help other institutions make the same pitch?
I think one of the chief drivers, and I'm sorry I have to say this, is our cohort default rate. So if you see schools with cohort default rates that are high, then that might be a good target group. Because that was the catalyst on my campus that started that conversation about what can or what do we need to be doing.
The buy-in that we had was the amount of debt the students still owe the university. A lot of write-offs, the write-offs going up and so forth is what one of our main reasons for this position was created.
I'm making a note of the write-off. That's a really good sales pitch right there. Then you have the business office on your side, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions or comments or ideas you want to share? Okay, Brian, thank you very much. Very informative. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for your time.
Next up, because we're moving along like a locomotive here, already on another letter, and that's Chad to give us an update.
For this particular meeting, in terms of the update, I have just a couple staffing pieces that wanted to let you know about. As you know, we've been undergoing a reorganization over the past year, and we have pretty much completed that at this point. Most recently, we brought in Ron Stroud from TG to be our Assistant Director for Operations for our Borrower Services area, rounding out the Borrower Services Management team. And then within Financial Aid Services, we have Troyling Johnson joined us as a program specialist, and Maria Gaeta joined us as an accountant within our Financial Aid Services, thus allowing Financial Aid Services to be fully staffed for the first time in the past year and a half. So we're very excited about that. And Shay Reed is going to talk more later about what's going on in Financial Aid Services. But I just wanted to kind of let you know, since most of you have been listening to me talk about this for the past year and a half of our reorganization, that we have accomplished that reorganization and we have the position staff now so that we can move forward. And the piece that I'd really like to hit on for this particular meeting is to just let you know a bit about the strategic plan that we developed for student financial aid programs specifically. The agency as a whole has undergone the strategic planning process, and then within the agencies, about 18 of us within student financial aid programs spent a considerable amount of time identifying really where do we need to focus our attention over the coming 2 years. And this lays out what we're looking to achieve in terms of, beyond the day-to-day of ensuring everything that needs to be processed through our office, how do we want to keep the organization moving forward? And we identified 4 main areas where we are focusing our attention, and these are in priority order. So when we're trying to decide between competing needs, our number one piece is the compliance and continuing to improve compliance within our organization, as well as assisting schools in improving theirs. We're also looking at trying to enhance services to effectively meet the customer's needs. And how we can continue to grow that. Some of that is going to be accomplished through activities that were already underway before even my arrival, such as the new student loan platform that we'll be moving to in January. And some of these are new pieces. Communication is a key in figuring out how to expand and enhance our communication and really expand customer knowledge. And trying to figure out how we can play on those opportunities. And then the culture within the office, and really trying to build a culture of employee excellence and helping the staff within student financial aid programs really see how they're part of this overall student financial aid programs area, as well as part of the overall agency. One of the things that we identified is that we had a lot of islands. A lot of individuals and groups that knew about what they do, but really didn't understand how it impacted the agency as a whole. And any of you who may have ever been through the building may know that student financial aid programs is actually behind a set of locked doors that you need a swipe card to get into, almost creating a little bit of we're a little separate group. And so we're really trying to overcome that and help everybody within student financial aid programs understand how they're contributing towards the agency as a whole, not just how they're contributing towards that one piece. So within that, we've created some specific objectives that are being led by the various managers. And I'm not going to describe each of those in detail, but in general, trying to identify the areas where we felt that we could be doing a better job of sharing information internally, sharing information externally, improving the training and the resources that we offer, improving the service options that we offer. And for some of these, we're needing to kind of start from a very ground level. You'll see on here there's a number of different white papers that we're working on over the next 3 to 6 months to really identify what it is that we're trying to accomplish in the first place to guide us in our decision making. We as a group, it's very easy for us to come up with lots of ideas on all the different things that we want to do, and they're all great ideas. We only have resources to accomplish a certain number of those. And so we're trying to be a little more strategic in thinking through, where exactly do we want to devote the limited resources that we have, so that we can have the greatest impact, as opposed to every time one of us has a great idea, we start running down that road, and then when we have another great idea, we run down that road, and all of a sudden we realize how overwhelmed we are. So this is our effort to try to focus our work and focus our attention and make sure that we're making solid decisions about each idea that comes up. And it doesn't mean that some of these ideas won't eventually be done, but for some things we have, we need to say, great idea, let's put that on hold for now until we figure out the specifics, and especially see what information we're going to get from the learning process we're going through. In addition to these various white papers and the research that we're doing for our various objectives, I believe I've mentioned before, we currently have a consulting organization working with us, assessing our borrower services and loan program operations to provide us with input on where we can focus our attention on improving, as well as how we compare to peer organizations that do things similarly to us, so that we can identify changes we might make along those roads. So that is a key piece of what we're looking at, and we're also figuring out what all is going to be available to us with our new loan software system. So, the key is making sure that we keep things flowing smoothly, so that, on January 10th, whatever we're able to do then, and what we're able to do on January 20th, 10 days later, once we've implemented, at minimum are still the same things, so that we aren't losing any functionality, and then working to try to even expand beyond that and all the things that we're hoping to achieve. So I just wanted you all to be aware of kind of what we're attempting to do, and so that you all can provide me with input on, I think I've mentioned before, wanting to make sure that we're continuing to head in the right direction. I look for you all to be a bit of a compass for us in making sure that the things that we're setting as priorities are things that you think we should be setting as priorities in terms of providing service, et cetera. So just wanted you to have that background.
And so I thought I heard Chad say he's open to feedback if we have any feedback for him. So now is your opportunity. So since no one's taken that opportunity, Chad, I will. But I mentioned this last time too, and I think your guiding business principle according to your strategic plan is the customer service. And from our perspective, having the coordinating board reach out to us and send us reminders and call us and let us know something may be pending, and really sort of being a partner in what we do, is to me a dramatic change, and one that I think is very positive, and I appreciate that as well. So, as busy as we are, when we get a phone call, it's nice to say, okay, yes, we are on top of that. Let me just double check on that and send it through. But it's nice to know that someone has our back and really has an understanding of sort of the pressures that we're dealing with in the financial aid office. So again, thanks to the coordinating board for that and for your work and your teams.
I just wanted to say I do appreciate, too, you kind of giving us missions, your goals and objectives, and I think you've done really well at keeping us up to date with where you're headed and what you guys are working on, so we appreciate that. Good.
I heard Chad open for feedback, and he didn't say it had to be all positive, so.
No, it doesn't.
I have some, but this is great. I'll give it to you later.
But I think it has been very positive, and just thanks and keep on that direction. So if there's no additional follow-up or any additional questions, I don't want to be accused of driving y'all too hard, so I thought we would take a break for 10 minutes, but no more than 10 minutes, and then we'll be back here. Okay, thank you. Your break is over. I hope you enjoyed it. Next up on our agenda item, as we roll along, Chad is going to give us a preview on the financial aid report.
Gonna hold on a second. Do we have some technical issues going on that we should be aware of?
I speak too fast.
Sorry. Do we have some technical issues going on that we should be aware of? Or?
I feel like I'm in my office because for the last 2 weeks I've had nothing but computer problems. They actually got me a new computer and it got worse. So it may be the Chris Murr effect working here. Really? Oh my goodness. Well, that makes me feel better. That's just not me then.
We're on the financial aid report. Oh, and I just realized I didn't have that.
And just those that are watching, we are on agenda item F, because I will make sure we're all on track.
Okay, so I'm going to provide you, you all are my actual test run for the presentation that I'll be doing for the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning in a few weeks. So want to provide you with information about this year's report on student financial aid in Texas higher education. So each year, the agency provides the Legislative Budget Board with an annual report concerning student financial aid at Texas public and independent institutions of higher education. The FY 2015 report includes many features of the prior annual reports, and I'm pleased to highlight the work of the agency staff in their efforts to integrate greater detail into this year's reports. Sections on tuition and fees, as well as exemptions and waivers, have been added. Summary financial aid data have been provided separately for undergraduates and graduate students. The profiles on each financial aid program have been expanded to include new information regarding average award amounts and percentage of dollars awarded to low-income recipients. And additional profiles have been added to highlight a greater number of our financial aid programs. And the historical data has been expanded from 3 years to 5 years of data for comparative and analytical purposes. Summarizing a 150-page report in a 5-minute presentation is always a bit of a challenge. So my goal in the next few minutes is to highlight some of the key messages that are presented in this year's report. Oh, here we go. Hello. This is why we prep these things. We'll remove that little twinkly before I go to the caps. So while we know that higher education has been increasing, while appropriations have declined, Texas higher education remains comparatively affordable. The national average undergraduate net tuition and fees for students attending a public 2-year institution is roughly $2,900, compared with roughly $1,900 for Texas students, placing Texas third in the country for least expensive community colleges. On the screen, you'll see information about 4-year public universities, where Texas places 20th for least expensive state, and we're 30th in affordability for Texas private universities, with average net tuition and fees just over $26,000 annually. I don't know what is going on with this thing. My apologies. Our commissioner has had the opportunity to testify at several hearings this summer regarding the financing of higher education. In recognition of his efforts, our annual report provides a chapter addressing tuition and fees, including the challenges of foregone tuition due to exemptions and waivers, the cost of regulatory compliance, and the challenge of limited tax bases. Exemptions and waivers, for example, have increased 51% since FY 2011, with the Hazelwood Legacy Act alone increasing by 157% over this period. Given the very large role that exemptions and waivers play in funding higher education, the agency is currently looking at mechanisms to better collect details regarding the individual students receiving these funds. Since our current primary source of exemption and waiver numbers, the Integrated Fiscal Reporting System, only collects information at the institutional rather than the student level, and thus, the following details in this presentation regarding financial aid omit exemption and waiver information, since we do not have that student-level detail. Hitting multiple. Sorry, I've never had so much trouble with this before. Loans, in particular, continue to play a large role in financing higher education. But while loans represented just over 50% of the $9.2 billion in financial aid received by Texas students, I wanted to provide an additional perspective on this figure in this year's report. As you can see by this graphic, loans play significantly different roles for undergraduate versus graduate students. For graduate students, 87% of the financial aid reported in our financial aid database is in the form of loans. This is almost twice the percentage of undergraduate students. Breaking this down further, we see that the type of institution plays a significant role. In looking at the roughly $4 billion in financial aid awarded by public universities to undergraduate students, just over 1/2 was in the form of loans, while less than 1/3 of the $1.8 billion in financial aid awarded by community colleges was in the form of loans. In an effort to demonstrate the difference that funding sources play in Texas versus nationally, I've jammed 2 graphics onto one page to try to provide this picture. And rather than focusing on the dollar amounts that are represented, both tables are in the millions, the message is rather the order of the funding sources. Notice that in Texas, in the upper left picture, federal grants are by far the primary source of grant funding, followed by institutional grants in a distant second. At the national level, institutional grants have actually surpassed federal funds as the primary source of grant funding. State grants come in 3rd place for Texas, while they come in last after private grants at the national level. For loans, these graphs actually look relatively similar. There's not this pronounced difference between Texas and the nation when it comes to the funding sources for loan programs. Despite the $9.2 billion in financial aid provided in FY 2015 through federal, state, institutional, and private sources, this graphic articulates a significant shortfall between college costs and available resources. Cost of attendance includes not only tuition and fees, but also books, supplies, room, board, transportation, etc. And as you can see, after accounting for financial aid through grants, loans, and work study, as well as the expected family contribution based on income and assets, students still face an average unmet need ranging from roughly $6,700 at public 4-year institutions to roughly $8,200 at public 2-year institutions. Closing that gap is an important part of achieving the goals of 60 by 30 techs, as it represents a significant barrier to access and success. A final visual I'd like to provide you is an overview of our state financial aid programs. Each program is profiled in more detail in the annual report, and this graphic pulls together key indicators from the profiles to provide a picture of how our financial aid programs assist those who are least able to afford higher education. To provide some perspective for this chart, the poverty level for a family of 4 was just over $23,000, while median Texas income was $52,500. In particular, you can see how the students supported through the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant Program come from the lowest income families, with an average family income of just over $20,000 and almost 100% of the recipients demonstrating eligibility for the federal Pell Grant. Our state loan programs, BOT and CALE, have the highest average family incomes, with merit aid, including the top 10%, demonstrating average incomes around the median income level, while our work study and grant programs have a significant focus on lower income families. While the state of Texas has a robust financial aid program to support our higher education goals, roughly 60% of students in the K-12 pipeline come from poor families, and this creates a growing financial need for our students, such that expanded investment in financial aid is necessary to achieve the attainment, completion, marketable skills, and student debt goals of 60 by 30 techs. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
On your last, the 60% of students in K through 12 from low income, what's the EFC or the AGI cutoff there? Like, what's the income range? Do you know?
I would need to look into
Okay.
what's specifically used to define that
On that?
piece.
Okay.
I have a question on the, I believe you addressed it, but on the exemptions and waivers slide, did you say you don't have the data broken down in terms of undergraduate and graduate? Or
Correct. The
Okay.
exemption information, currently what we receive for exemption information and waiver information is cumulative totals per institution. One of the topics later on our agenda is to talk a little bit about how we can get better information at a student level so that we can have a better understanding of how those are impacting the overall picture.
Wasn't there some data in regards to waivers that the majority of them were coming from the competitive scholarship waivers to you for the state?
In terms of the exemption programs, the top 2 exemption programs are the Hazelwood and all its features, as well as the dual credit. And in terms of the top 2 waiver programs, the top 2 are the competitive scholarship waiver, and then waivers for teaching and research assistants. So, and those programs represent about 75% of all of the exemptions and waivers that exist. In fact, breaking it down, those 2 exemptions, the dual credit and the Hazelwood, are about 75% of exemptions alone. And then the scholarship, the competitive scholarship, and the teaching and research assistants are about 75% of all the waivers that are awarded. Any other questions?
Can we go back to the first slide?
I can try.
The average undergraduate tuition and fees. You mentioned 2 figures, one for community colleges and then one for public. On that one, is there a place you can be specific on to what that represents, that Texas? The 7,476, is
that represented
public,
the
or?
average undergraduate net tuition and fees.
Okay, out of all the schools?
No,
Or just,
no.
is
Yeah,
that
out of
public?
public universities.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Should
Yep.
we
In fact,
put
I will
public?
update that. So these are the 4-year public universities
Yeah,
is
I
what
think if
this
you put
graphic.
public,
Yep.
yeah,
I
okay.
need to add that. Thank you.
Any other questions or feedback for Chad? Okay, thank you very much, Chad. Next up, I'd like to invite Rick Satora to give us an update on external relations.
Lizette Montiel is going to help.
Lizette? Okay. And also, I just was informed Lizette Montoya will also be assisting with the update. Thank you both for joining us today.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. It's good to be back with you. Again, I'm pinch hitting for John Wyatt, our director. My name is Rick Sator. I'm the Assistant Director of Fiscal Policy at Higher Ed Board. And I just was asked to give a very brief overview of the current state of the budget process for the agency and our legislative appropriations request. As you know, every even-numbered year in the summer, the agencies are given their baseline budget. They present their budget to the Legislative Budget Board along with exceptional item requests that go above their baseline budget. As many of you know, on July 1st, the agency, well, the letter was dated June 30th, a policy letter came from the Speaker, Lieutenant Governor and Governor, instructing agencies, with a few exceptions, to reduce their spending by 4%. And that's their baseline spending from the current biennium, the 16-17. And so I know y'all have been struggling with this as the agency has. Initially, when we looked at this, and again, this is prior to us receiving our baseline budget, we calculated that would be about $59.4 million in reductions. So the commissioner prioritized the approach on this. He ruled out an across-the-board cut because he thought that would indiscriminately and adversely affect students without a lot of forethought. So there were two priorities primarily, is one, look at the new programs first and foremost to see if we can minimize any kind of hit to a current population of subscribers. And secondly, not in this order, make sure that the strategic plan was first and foremost in the way that we approached all of our budgetary decisions. What got us to 60 by 30 texts, what had a direct impact on it. Conversely, as the policy letter said, we were charged with making sure that the programs that had the highest value to Texas taxpayers would be ultimately preserved to the greatest degree, and Texas grants and the TEOG program were identified as the ones that had the most effect towards 60 by 30, certainly. On July 21st, the board approved reductions. There were eliminations for a lot of smaller programs with lower subscription levels, some cuts and eliminations for newer programs. Texas grants was reduced by 0.33%, again, with that priority in mind, and TEOG was held harmless. On August 1st, the agency received its baseline funding number from the LBB. While their baseline carried with it a larger reduction than we had initially estimated, $61.7 million, the way that the base came to us, particularly with regard to the Beyond Time top 10%, and something called CAPS, which you may or may not be involved in, which is a centralized accounting, payroll, and personnel system. The way that the budget was provided in those programs allowed the agency some flexibility across those strategies to be able to actually eliminate those initial cuts from those programs, including Texas grants, and restore the funding, if you will. There was a $9 million one-time appropriation through the Emerging Technology Fund last session that went to our Texas Research Initiative program that LBB also took out of our available base. On August 19th, the coordinating board submitted its revised legislative appropriations request to the Legislative Budget Board, focusing again primarily on the Beyond Time and top 10% program reductions. Funding was preserved in those two programs. I want to make it absolutely clear to be able to suit the needs for the renewal students that will be coming through the pike and finishing up. As you all probably are very aware, Beyond Time was eliminated with HB 700 last session, except for renewals subject to appropriations. And top 10 is also in the same boat. And so the funding that we estimated that was necessary to take care of those renewals versus what was in our baseline budget allowed us some flexibility to meet that 4% reduction. I also don't probably need to tell you about what the current financial state of the state of Texas is. There's an article in the paper today about the comptroller revising downward his revenue estimate by $1 billion. It's all contingent, of course, on the price of oil and sales tax receipts. And so it was difficult to begin with, and it's obviously going to be harder going into next session when we're just a few months away. Having said that, the board made a strong statement that they are committed regardless and willing to work with the legislature in terms of financing its priorities to achieve the strategic plan. And so there are actually 8 exceptional item requests above the baseline for the agency for the next biennium for the legislature's consideration. One of the top priorities, again, is Texas grants. There is an exceptional item request for an increase of $78.3 million to a total of $791 million, which would maintain the funding level, or the level of 85% of Texas grant initially eligible students with a target award of $5,000. So in other words, $78 million keeps us where we're at today because of inflation and growth. If we go below that, obviously we're talking about reductions, and we're talking about more difficulties in meeting our goals. The policy letter also recommended that agencies come up with possible reductions for low priority, that's their term, programs to help pay for or defray the costs of our exceptional item requests. The board voted to approve possible reductions amounting to about $57 million across 11 programs, which covers about half of the exceptional item requests of the 8 requests for the agency for the next session. Chad wanted me to go through a couple of the rider revisions, and there were 22 pages that were submitted with the LAR of revisions and additions requests. I'm not going to go through those right now because I know you got to get to Q, Mr. Chairman. I'll just go very quickly through a couple of these. Regarding TEG, the commissioner has had a desire to make sure that funding is focused on the students with the highest need. Rider 11, the rider request 11 in our bill pattern would delete language that allows TEG to be awarded to non-resident students who are National Merit finalists, regardless of financial need. Again, the commissioner would like the focus to be, the board would like the focus to be on those with the highest need. Another rider revision suggestion is an appropriations transfer. Rider 22 would allow each institution to transfer within a fiscal year the lesser of 10% or $20,000 between financial aid programs. Again, that's by fiscal year. Significantly, there were a number of riders related to summer enrollment and summer financial aid availability that are part of Chad Shop's legislative recommendations. Lizette's has talked to you all about this in the past, and something that we're moving forward with into the session. Rider proposals 43, 45, 46, 47, and 48 would provide cross-biennium unexpended balance authority for Texas grants, TEG, TEOG, both community college and TSTC, and college work study, respectively, to provide institutions with the ability to provide summer grant funding, thus encouraging timely completion of degree. And again, we've talked about this as a legislative recommendation. On October 6th, Chairman Bobby Jenkins and Commissioner Paredes will present the agency's legislative appropriations request to the Budget Board. And again, the caveat here is that while when you receive the baseline, usually that's gospel. However, there's an asterisk, as you all know, that things may change before that bill is actually introduced in January. So we're all bracing for that, and we'll see what happens on October 6th. That's a little longer than I planned. I'm sorry I bored you overly with the numbers, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I think one thing that I'd add in is just a bit of emphasis on one of the last pieces that he mentioned. We've talked in this group about the potential of trying to complete allocations on an earlier basis. And one of the rider to be able to have the cross-biennium carry forward of the funding would be a crucial piece of that, because it would allow us to actually eliminate the reallocation process, which would thus allow us to look at allocations on an earlier basis. And so that's a key piece to us being able to look at that. So we are continuing to try to investigate how we might be able to get allocation information to you earlier. There is one piece that I am trying to figure out, because I found an email about it, and somewhere in the past year and a half, I read something that says that institutions have to be approved into programs by April 1st in order to be part of the next year's allocation process. So that's a piece we have to look at as well, because if institutions in theory have until April 1st to prove their eligibility, then it causes a challenge in trying to do allocations any earlier than that. So I'm trying to figure out where that sentence is in the statute or rules somewhere, and hopefully can look at that as to whether, how that'll build in. But we are continuing to look at that opportunity, and as we have more information, we'll have further discussions with you as we have some specific ideas on how we might do it.
Good morning. I am Lizette Montiel. I am the Assistant Director for State Relations here at the Coordinating Board. I was asked to provide a brief summary on the recent and upcoming interim legislative hearings that the Commissioner and staff have either testified at or will be testifying here in the near future. On August 23rd, I think Chad kind of mentioned this earlier, the Senate Committee on Higher Education met for an interim hearing on tuition set-asides, exemptions and waivers, and financial aid. Commissioner Paredes provided testimony to the committee. A little bit of what he said, and he really tied the availability and accessibility of financial aid to 60 by 30. The plan will depend heavily on keeping keeping access available for students across the state, especially with the increasingly poor and increasingly diverse student population, as you know. The commissioner provided a statewide data on exemptions and waivers, and he mentioned that there was a total of $752 million that was awarded in FY 2015 to more than 283,000 students across the state. He did mention that exemptions and waivers have increased 108% since 2009, and as Chad also mentioned, the Hazelwood exemption played a large role in that increase, and we've also seen the dual credit exemption increase over the last few years, and it's continuing to rise. The commissioner also provided a summary on the two major tuition set-asides, TPEG, the Texas Public Educational Grant, and the HB 3015 tuition set-asides. He provided the totals throughout the years. In FY 15, there were $345 million in financial aid awarded to students through tuition set-asides. He did ultimately caution the committee that the elimination of tuition set-asides could cause some instability in the Texas grant program, as we've heard from institutions that these funds are typically used to cover that portion of a recipient's tuition and fees, that aren't, if they're not covered in full by the grant award, which you all are intimately familiar with. In closing, the commissioner provided an overview of the board's financial aid legislative recommendations, which you've heard, I believe, from John Wyatt a few times on what those are, particularly for Texas Grant and the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant. He said in order to manage student debt, a key element in 60 by 30 Texas, we need to improve financial literacy, and the legislature must continue to provide appropriate levels of support, both through formula funding to institutions and financial aid in general. Next week, the Senate Committee on Higher Education will meet to discuss community college baccalaureate degrees, and the commissioner will be providing invited testimony. They also will be discussing their interim charge, and Dr. Pulse will be providing an update on the Math and Science Scholars Loan Repayment Program and the Loan Default Program, which you heard about earlier. Dr. Peebles will provide an update on transfer pathways and recent legislation that was passed relating to fields of study and programs of study. The House Committee on Higher Education will meet the following day on Tuesday next week, and they will hear invited testimony from many stakeholders across the state relating to the Hazelwood exemption. This will be the last hearing of the House Higher Education Committee, and the commissioner will also be providing testimony. And I'm sure you all have heard the commissioner testify, but really his remarks will focus on the impact that the rising legacy participation will have on the students in public higher education in general. I'm happy to take any questions.
I sent an email to you all yesterday that mentioned to you that one of the pieces that we have been working hard to convey is the importance of the set-aside programs in particular. At the same time, you know, those have been have come up in legislative discussion and have been identified as a possible place for change, possible elimination, and you know, though as an agency we are going to work to continue to convey the importance of those programs, we also think it's really important to gather stakeholder input on what are the potential options should changes occur. You know, we don't. Quite frankly, we don't need more talking points on how important they are. We got that, we know that, and we're trying to convey that everywhere we go. But you know, with looking back at the last legislative session, there was the chance that the Beyond Time program might get eliminated, and in the end, it did get eliminated. And so we want to make sure that we're talking with you all about, you know, what are the potential alternatives should TPEG and or HB 3015 set-asides be slated for elimination, and if they are, if that's successful, where do we go from there? So I wanted to make sure that we spent some time today talking about what are the alternatives if this actually gains some traction.
Can I ask a question, since I'm not from a university that participates?
Mm-hmm.
But does a university have the option of kind of internalizing the same thing and basically saying of our tuition revenue, and we're going to dedicate X% to financial assistance? Is that within their realm of?
Yes, institutions can do that. The TPEG and the HB 3015 are mandated, but institutions can redirect funds on their own, of their own accord.
And I can't speak for our institution in terms of our final decision, but if TPEG and what we call the TSCG, or the designated set-aside, goes away, I think our institution would like to keep those funds available for students if there's not some other type of mandate that prevents us from doing so, i.e. Forcing institutions to reduce their tuition fees as a result of the set-aside going away. But for us, not to have those funds available for high-need students would mean a lot of those students would no longer have access to our institution. And so I think our administration would be very supportive of continuing to make those funds available for high-need students just so they have access. But again, that's an environment where other decisions or mandates are not being required in terms of the cost of tuition and fees. Beyond that, I don't see a lot of alternatives that we have in terms of other sources of money to make up for that.
I'd echo what Chris says. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of alternatives. I don't know, I can't speak for my university at this point in time on the decision, but obviously it would definitely create access issues as well.
And speaking for my institution, we use our TPEG funds to award students that don't qualify for Pell. That's about $300,000 a year, maybe 120 students. Remember, we're a small community college, but without those monies, we would be not able to help about 120 of our students, which would be a huge hit. And I don't think our college is in a position to be able to use college funds to supplement or replace.
And also, I mean, it'll be detriment to our institution to lose that. Our House Bill 1403 students that don't qualify for any federal aid, we use TPEG to help, with those costs, so.
I want to go back to Texas grant. We do use our set-asides to do the subsidy. And I'm thinking at this point, for as long as the target amount is at 5,000, we've had to use lots of dollars to subsidize. And so that's going to be another area that if we lose the tuition set-asides, I don't know where we're going to come up with the money for that. Another thought is it possible that the Texas grant program can be expanded, to include needier students, or, has there been any discussions about expanding the Texas grant program if the tuition set-aside funds do go away?
Well, one of the legislative proposals that we have is to look at the EFC requirements and things like that to potentially open up greater opportunity for eligibility. The challenge with that is that greater eligibility is only useful if there's greater appropriations for those funding. We are very aware of, that if, say, the money goes away from the set-asides, that institutions may have to award larger Texas grants to fewer students. And there's many implications to this. A key thing we're trying to make sure that we do is identify and be ready to promote alternatives should this go down that road, because we don't want to end up in a situation where we've put nothing on the table as a solution if this really does become a key thing that is discussed. So that's one of the things we want to make sure. And whether you have ideas today or whether you have ideas that you think of on the drive home and say, hey, but what about that, or what about that? We need to hear from you, because lack of alternatives means that we don't have anything else that we can do, and if the program shuts down, it shuts down. And so we want to make sure that we're not in a situation like that.
Would an alternative, I'm not saying a good alternative, but would an alternative be changing the Texas grant rules such that you are not obligated to fill in the gap, and that there's much more flexibility within the Texas grant rules to apportion however the institution sees fits the fundings that it has?
I think that is one thing that needs to be part of this if, we do lose the set-asides. I think for most institutions, are not going to be able to afford to make up the loss of the funding. And maybe a portion at some universities, maybe none. So one of the things is the set-aside match, and what that requirement is currently. Maybe being something that's taken out of out of the statute. And I don't know if it's even lessening the amount of the set-aside, the percentage. I don't necessarily want that, but it's an option.
And I guess just from my edification, having read the testimony that was given last month and the idea that perhaps set-aside needs to go away. So then is the legislature, if they do so, they will not put any restrictions on our ability to set that aside, i.e. mandating no increases in tuition fees? Has that been established, or is that still
No, it has
in terms
not
of
been
the sentence?
established. I
Okay.
mean, this is just, these are interim discussions, and of course, the Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick, has put a lot of interest into tuition set-asides, and so that was an interim charge for the Senate committee. And there was a lot of discussion by senators. There's some testimony that they heard from other stakeholders saying that, you know, the funding should be appropriated by the legislature instead of it being, you know, a set-aside from student tuition.
And that's what I thought, and thanks for clarifying. So my concern is what Doris and others are talking about is that if the set-aside is eliminated, and I think, for instance, the Texas Conservative Coalition for a Research Institute had made the point that it needs to go away because that burden is being assumed by all the students on the campus versus all the taxpayers in Texas, that if the Texas grant rules aren't changed and institutions lose a set-aside, nor are we allowed to set that aside for funds, and maybe perhaps mandated that tuition and fees are decreased relative to that cut in set-asides or elimination, that we will still have to come up with a difference for Texas grants, i.e. the burden of that funds will still be spread over the student population. Therefore, the intent of eliminating TSTG, i.e. the burden being spread among all the students, will not really have been eliminated. It will be shifted. Certainly the amount that will be shifted will change somewhat, but the burden will still rest with all the students to make up another requirement from the legislature, and that is to match the Texas grant funds, i.e. the difference between the $5,000 and the actual cost of tuition and fees. So I think an important part to press forward going forward would be if set-aside goes away, we really need to couple that change with changes in the Texas grant that essentially wouldn't keep the same intent in place, though I would be for set-asides still being there at all times in order to help access. And I think for our institution, of course, when that access becomes an issue and fewer students are there, you lose the full benefit of the tuition and fees, and it becomes, you're also losing revenue long-term. So the ability to help and be there for students in terms of facilitating their education also becomes a challenge not only for needy students, but the overall population as a whole.
The two primary uses that we've heard so far for set-aside money, the two most common that we've heard, are using it to provide that matching funding for either TEOG or Texas grant, as well as to kind of be that next layer, the people that are just outside of Pell Grant eligibility, you know, trying to achieve that next layer. Are there other key uses of set-asides that you think it's important for the agency to understand as we brainstorm and strategize internally?
As a graduate-only institution, we use that. That's the only grant we have for the set-asides for our graduate students. And that's it. If it goes away, our students will be borrowing more because we don't really have a lot of options. As Doris said, you know, yes, could we possibly change what we do or make, you know, use some other funds on campus, but honestly, I don't see that happening. It could, but I wouldn't bank on that. So our students would be borrowing that more money. Then, I mean, we have students that have to cover their full cost of attendance. They're getting their DO degrees or their PA, PT, pharmacy. They're in school all day. They don't work. So they have to cover it with loans.
And there's also the emergency tuition loan program, so that set-aside funds really allows us to help fund the emergency tuition loan for those students that are going to have difficulty short-term paying their bill or having access. It really provides them a bridge until such time as their finances are in shape to cover those costs.
And we use a portion of ours for low-income first generation for scholarship program. And then also we do use it at the graduate level for students who, particularly at the graduate level, who may not receive a fellowship or an assistantship and have no other funding other than loan money as well.
It's also one of the few grant programs available in the summer for those students who are trying to complete within their 4 years.
And we use the tuition offset funding for students with a higher EFC, so for the more middle income students that don't receive the federal grants.
And there are some schools that use it for institutional work study.
Yeah, we did, in looking through the numbers, and just to clarify, in the most recent report for HB 3015, we didn't see anyone using it for loans. We did see some people using it for work study.
That can reduce
So
the workforce.
that align with what you all think? Cool. Okay. So my list is expanded beyond there's the matching funds, beyond the higher EFCs, graduate students, emergency loans, summer grants, institutional work study.
I mean, I think in all cases, we're talking about access and affordability, and that we've all been using those funds to help, tackle those two things.
Do any of you, on the work study piece specifically, do any of you use it for work study at your institutions? So are you using it for students that won't qualify for either the Texas program or the federal program, or are you just kind of using it above and beyond those programs?
Yes, we use it above and beyond. For our state program is so small that we encourage all of our students, to work. So we typically use all of our federal, all of our state, and then all of our set aside for work study.
And I think Lisa Blazer uses it, has a very robust work study program through her House bill funding.
Well, hearing how you use it is very helpful because it allows us to think internally and brainstorm on kind of what are the specific outcomes that would occur. There's the reduction in funding, but where will the holes actually occur? And can we think of alternatives and suggestions that might be focused on filling those particular holes?
What was the total dollar value awarded this past year again?
350 million, I think.
50 million? Set aside STPEG,
345 million.
345, thank you.
And just so I better understand, what is the motivation for elimination of the set-aside?
I'll let you tackle that one, Lizette.
I send you a news article. I think the motivation is that it's been described by some as a hidden tax to students. So you have, I guess some people describe it as you have a certain population of students kind of subsidizing other students.
You're talking about the Dreamers or the non-U.S. citizens?
No, not necessarily. I mean, in this case, lower income students or whoever the tuition set-asides are going to, which is majority financially needy students, right?
There's also been comments made about the thought that if they went away, tuition would go down.
Right. Which was discussed.
I'm just saying
as-
what the thought is.
Right, which was discussed, that same thought was discussed during the discussions to eliminate beyond time. Oh, I haven't, but I'm happy to share a few articles with you. We also have staff and the commissioner's testimony online, so I will share a link with Chad and his team so that you can stay updated on the testimony coming from our agency.
Thank you.
Lizette, did I also understand that you said, and maybe I didn't hear you right, that part of the motivation is that certain people feel like the schools should not have control over that money, that the government should be taking that money and deciding who's getting that money themselves? Maybe
No.
I misunderstood something you said.
No, I think just from my understanding, part of the motivation is simply that it's looked at as a hidden tax to students.
There was a comment made by one of the testifiers, if that's the right word, acknowledging, not that they didn't think the school should have control over it, but that it shouldn't be the school's burden to be collecting that the state should be making the appropriations. So that particular person wasn't indicating they thought that the money should just go away, but that it should be done through a funding source that is based on statewide taxation as opposed to the particular students at that institution.
I remember that in that testimony was decentralized versus centralized, with the idea that the coordinating board or the state agency could have apply those funds in a more strategic fashion. But I always go back to, I think the decentralized control was always better, because I think we on a campus have a much better idea about our often sometimes very different populations that come to each of our campuses. And I think we're always tend to be in a better position to really know what those students need. It's in terms of making sure they have appropriate access to higher education at our institution. Just my thoughts. So
I like your thought.
I like that you like my thoughts. Any other comments? Ideas? Or any comments about liking my ideas? I'll take that as well.
Well, I appreciate us spending the time and you thinking through and trying to give us.
This group, maybe January, meeting about every 2 months. We'll be meeting again at the end of this month, with the goal of looking at all the reports that are submitted to see if there's some long-term simplification that can, and kind of standardization that can happen, determining eligibility, allocation, and certification. So if you submitted a report in the month of February, the year isn't over with yet, but it captures maybe enough data for that year that it can be used for a purpose, say, I'm trying to remember the eligibility, it might be that. Then in July, if we submitted the report, like a FADS-like report with some modifications in July, then it would be kind of reconciliation and kind of end of year, much like the end of year report might be used on various campuses now. And then, of course, the final one in December. So we're in order to kind of get there, we've had to look at all the various reports, kind of look at where the information is similar, dissimilar. So we started off looking at the end-of-year reports, and right now are identifying fields that can, with the current reports, eliminate things that are just on there that aren't used. And so kind of short-term, there's some short-term steps, eliminating some data fields, et cetera. Long-term would be, like I said, make some modification to the FAD report, adding a few things possibly that allow us to eliminate the other reports. So goal, I think, and I'm looking at Disha and Shiva, is by February 8 of 2018, possibly, to have kind of like a new information to all of us on a new file format for FADS. And maybe you want to correct and implement. A lot of the work of the committee is being done by staff in and among the board to figure out how are we using the reports that we have. Do we really need this information? I mean, it's not just us at the institution looking at the data, it's the board looking at the data. And would you add to this, please?
Yes, that is correct. Within the committee, we have identified, like Doris said, as far as different data elements that probably are not monitored, and so we felt the need to kind of eliminate those data elements or edit checks. And so the description that she's offering as far as a report similar to the financial aid database report that's done in December is being able to have that particular report submitted throughout the year. We are looking at possible timeline, like she mentioned, as far as the fiscal year 2018. But what that would mean is that we have to work diligently to look at the instruction manual and pull that together. Currently, there are a draft report for that fiscal year 2018 that we're working on, But we do need to tighten up our timeline to see what that looks like for institutions who have a software system that have something built in for the financial aid database report, as well as those institutions who are going from scratch. So the goal, yes, would be February 2018, but as we meet together in the committee and get feedback from other institutions to determine what would be the best way to deliver the instructions, how soon, how quickly, will 2018 meet for our institutions as well as vendors to get that underway. So we're definitely soliciting any kind of feedback from anyone outside of just the committee themselves, especially those who are listening to the broadcast. One of the things we did talk about in our meeting in July was going back and looking at the financial aid database report and the questions and any concerns that have come up, or anything that you see that we can narrow our scope and look into as far as reformatting, looking at questions, making certain that we're not asking the same questions that you're already sending data for in another report. So kind of streamlining that report and making it very useful. Like Doris mentioned, the eligibility requirement would be looking at for the next academic year. So if you are looking at awarding aid for fiscal year 19 and you're submitting information for the fiscal year 18, it will help you identify those students that you are already in the packaging and awarding, so you have that identifier up front a lot earlier than later on, like it's done right now. She mentioned earlier as far as reconciliation of your allocations in the summer. So if you're submitting a report in July of 2018, just using that as an example, it really would be able to reconcile those programs for that particular fiscal year. Instead of submitting an end-of-year report, you would be submitting this larger report, and we'd be pulling and extracting that data to make sure that you've used all that funding source, and then ideally certifying that report in December with that same information. So you pretty much are able to repeat the same type of reporting mechanisms throughout the year without having to do something completely different each and every year, submitting an end-of-year report, an award history report, a summer update report, a financial aid database report, and the list goes on and on. So streamlining all those reports down to really one, and then the coordinating board using that data for specific reasons to help you either with eligibility determination, reconciliation of those programs, and then certifying numbers for allocations and using that information for any kind of legislative reports. So that's kind of where the committee is at right now. And we're actually going to dive into the financial aid database report to start looking at getting those instruction manuals for 2017 early. Our goal is to try to get that out in February of 2017 for the fiscal year 17 financial aid database report, and then try to look at shortly thereafter giving out that information for 2018 as we come together as a committee. So I hope that helped, Doris. Question?
So essentially hearing maybe moving to where we submit FADs several times throughout the year, and that would be the only data.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So if I remember correctly, the FADs, we're only reporting data for students that are financial aid recipients, correct? Or anybody who's receiving any type of assistance, waiver, exemption?
As well as anyone who's filed any kind of application. So if someone files a FAFSA, TASFA, et cetera, they're to be included. And if someone receives any kind of financial aid, regardless of whether it has a need component, they're to be reported.
Okay.
I would imagine the discussion we have later about exemptions is going to segue into this conversation.
I'm just trying to think. So if you zero out a student's Texas grant for some reason after your first report, we would still submit that zero over because we're submitting anybody with a financial aid application, and that zero would just overwrite that award that was previously reported at $5,000.
That would be correct. That is definitely the idea.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That will capture any new data as it is being changed.
Okay. Thank you. Any other points to raise with Doris, or? Okay, then I think we'll move on. Up next is the financial aid services update.
Well, since I'm already up here, I'll go ahead and I just kind of want to quickly go over some highlighted information. We sent out a welcome memo back in August of 22nd, kind of giving some updated information about what's going on in this upcoming academic year. One of the things that I definitely want to highlight is the 2016-17 program guidelines that was published on August 31st. And we're really excited about this particular guidelines. It's a new kind of look, layout. We actually have a more comprehensive, robust program guidelines that also include our College Access Loan Program, as well as our Beyond Time Loan Program, and other additional programs all in one type of document. We've had hyperlinks, whether you can go to the table of contents and hyperlink and go to different sections within the actual program guidelines, and even within the section, you're able to be hyperlinked to either a statute or the program rule, depending on the section of it. We have appendices that you can actually be hyperlinked to, so we have an award summary page for all of our programs, and a lot of other different resources. So we're very excited about just the overall outlook of this particular program guidelines, as well as this is the comprehensive document. We also decided to break it up, very similar to how you will see the financial aid handbook, where you have all your volumes in one, and then it's actually broken up depending on what you actually need. So that's kind of our same kind of purpose and guideline, is where it is broken up. So if you're only needing Texas grant, then you can you can actually go to that particular volume and grab that Texas grant underneath there without having to print them all of the programs if you don't need all the programs, depending on what you're administering at your institution. So that's one of our major accomplishments that we had set out. So I'm hoping that if you haven't had an opportunity to kind of look through it, you definitely take the time out to kind of look through the new layout of the program guidelines. And again, like I said, it is published on our student financial aid website, and it was published as of August 31st. I also sent out an additional courtesy copy of that memo to everyone I possibly could, just to let them know that it is out there and readily available. Another thing that we actually talked about in that memo was a new toll-free number exclusively for institutions, and we're also very excited about this. It will be available come October 3rd, and we published the number in that memo, but it's also published on our other documents as well. And so you see here it's 844-792-2640. So in any of our published documents that we have out, whether it's instruction manuals, the program guidelines, award history, summer update, we've included that number to make certain that everyone kind of sees that information. We'll do a big marketing of it, but we wanted to know that it's out there. It will be available October 3rd, and it is exclusively for institutions, for the financial aid administrators to call in to talk to any one of our customer service representatives without having to go through any kind of IVR system and queue in. You'll get a live person as soon as that you call. So hopefully that will be a wonderful change, and we'll make sure
Thank
that.
you.
And so again, it's October 3rd is when it will be ready. So we're just trying to get the message out now, which will mean that you'll probably have to change some of your documentation that you may have out as far as your favorite numbers to call if you've been using the other toll-free number. And then definitely reach out to your staff and let them know. I know they're very familiar with calling directly to some of our staffers, but we definitely want you all to use the 1-800 number that we have, the toll-free number that we have available, because we do have those dedicated customer service representatives that will answer those calls that are part of the whole new restructure of what we're doing for the institutions. Going along with that particular memo, we also talked about the Texas State Financial Aid application, and we are redesigning that for the 2017-18 year to be prepared for that October release. And so it will be released for October 3rd as well on our website. And we got some wonderful feedback out from the institutions about how we could kind of change and modify maybe the layout or the formatting, and maybe some questions to better use for the institutions. So I just wanted to point out that the TASFA will be available October 3rd. I know questions on whether or not we're going to align it with how the federal, the FAFSA is going to be out there. So I wanted to definitely let everyone know, yes, we are, and we will have it readily available for the institutions to use, for those who do use it. It is not something that's mandatory. It is optional, but we do highly encourage it because a lot of institutions are actually using that across the board. So it will be available under a new look as well. And then we also discussed some training opportunities. And so we have together, like Charles mentioned, we're fully staffed. We've hired Troyling Johnson to be part of our training and communications team. So that well rounds out our training and communications team. And we are ready to go out to any of the institutions for any additional training that you may need, any training opportunities if you want us to come visit you to go in more depth about maybe the Texas Grant or TEOG work study or train up any new staffing. We definitely want to get any feedback on the best way that we can train your staff. And so we will actually be available at TASFA conference. Leah and I will be at the TASFA conference this year, and we have a table that's going to be set up. And so during that time frame, we're here to ask any questions. And at that time, we would definitely love to hear about any training opportunities that we can assist those needs at your institution. We'll also be presenting, so we'll probably have a survey available just so we can gather up some more feedback on what will work for you and what we can start scheduling our particular training team with. So we'll know if you want some webinars, if you want one-on-one, some more workshops. That way we can provide the services that are needed for the institutions and your administrators there. So that kind of just highlights what went on with the welcome memo. Were there any questions about anything so far? I know our agenda is pretty robust, so I'm going to definitely try to go through it.
I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you. I mean, that's a lot of information, valuable, and it's all in one place for us to see the program guidelines. So
Yeah.
excellent job.
Thank you. Yeah, we're very excited about it, so we do hope that the new kind of formatting will definitely assist more of the administrators to kind of get the information that they need in one place. So thank you.
Deshay, I have a question.
Yes.
Yes. Is there anywhere on the website that shows what training opportunities there are specifically that you have set up already?
No, but we can definitely try to put that out there. In the past, we've definitely done workshops and a few webinars, so we can definitely put that information out there. We do have a link that will be available for a survey that I mentioned earlier as far as what will work as far as your training needs, but we can provide what we've done thus far and what we can do. Charles had mentioned earlier regarding the migration of our loan management systems, and during that particular migration, which will go into effect January 2017, we are looking at having those loan users who actually use the loan management system to certify loans, there will be a new login that they will be required to have. And what we'll have to do is we're going to send out notification information just so we can make certain that when we provide that new login information, we are providing it to all the individuals at your institution that access that loan management system. So we're pulling together all of the users for that HELMS system that is used to certify your loans, your BOT, and your CAL. And we're pulling all together a listing of everyone at your institution who has access. And we just want to make sure that we've captured everyone. I know you do have new staff that come aboard, and if they actually need the access, we want to get them in the pipeline so we can provide them the new access. And we're not only going to look at our HELM system, but we're also going to look at the CBID portal that's used when you send in your fund request form. And so we're going to look at all of the access that we have on file for the institutions to make sure that we have all the right users. If there's any cleanup, we do know that people sometimes do move on, and we want to make sure that we do have the right individuals at your institution. So we're going to just do a annual cleanup of all the portals that are used. But primarily, we want to gather up all your users who would go online and do their loan certifications, because when we do migrate, there will be just a new login information that they will need, but we'll send that out in enough time for everyone to have that. But in the meantime, we want to just do some cleanup to ensure that we're not missing any anyone because we definitely don't want to miss anyone during this migration process. So we'll be sending that out sometime this month. So be on the lookout. We'll first send out a notification through our notification system, and then I'll also follow up like I have been doing so far in an additional email letting you know that we'll be sending you a spreadsheet, and you'll be looking at those users that we have listed for that system and letting us know if they're still at your institution or if we need to remove them or if you need to add anyone along board. So just be on the lookout for that as well. We have recently completed the Be On Time reconciliation program for the fiscal year 2010 and 2014, and we're actually moving into the Be On Time and the College Access Loan reconciliation for fiscal year 2015. For some institutions, you were required when you did the Be On Time reconciliation to send in some information and make sure that we matched up our Helm system with the FADs that you have reported for those years, and we're doing our cleanup for BOT for fiscal year 2015 to finish off that program, and then we're going to start with our College Access Loan for 2015 as well. And so it will affect some institutions if there's any kind of discrepancies, and we may need to clean up that discrepancies between those two systems. And you will get some information sent. I know when we started the reconciliation, we sent out the information in secured email. We got some feedback about possibly using the new Move It system to probably drop in spreadsheets that are needed so you can have easier access to those spreadsheets versus the secure email. For some of you all who had that secure email, it was very hard sometimes to actually get into the secure email. So we are definitely looking at when we provide that information that we're going to go through the Move It process for those institutions that we can go through the Move It process with. And if for some reason we're unable to put that file in your Move It folder, then we will definitely reach out to you to find out the best method of trying to deliver that information to you. So we will be sending out some notification that we're going to start that process and kind of what that process will look like with any kind of deadlines attached to it next week as well. And then I think that concludes, at least for the updates within financial aid services. I'm open for any questions or feedback, comments. Good comments.
I was curious on the reconciling. Have you been doing this? I mean, I know we've had Cal audits throughout the years, but what you're referring to now, have you been doing this ongoing with Cal?
No,
Or is this new?
This will be the first time that we're going to be doing the reconciliation for a
So
college
I'm
access
really
loan.
sitting here curious about the impact of, you know, some people are summer headers and some are summer trailers, and I'm just anticipating
So we're going to do some
issues.
cleanup prior to us sending it out to you, and we're going to identify that being one of them. When we did the BOT reconciliation for those prior years, that was one of the things that were identified as far as the summer being a header. And so before we issue out the new spreadsheets for the fiscal year 2015, we will internally do some cleanup, so that won't be where the discrepancy is. So we'll have that identified beforehand. That was one of the feedbacks that did come back as well. So yes.
Any other items for Deshay? Well, I just want to reiterate what Zelma says. And first, I have some questions for you, but you must be clairvoyant because you've answered them all, so thank you for that. And then also, thank you, I mean, in terms of accommodating us, in terms of our systems and making files available in the easiest way possible, being there at our state association to answer questions on regulations, the toll-free number, this is wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And Deshay, as Director of Financial Aid Services, you're also next on our agenda to
I
talk
know.
about creating a
Guess
MOU.
I'll stay
so
right here.
It's an easy transition for you.
So I think we're on item J, maybe? So we're moving on along?
Yes.
All right.
Getting closer to Q every time.
So this is actually, will be very quick and brief. This next agenda item discusses the 5-year memorandum of understanding. We have sent out those amended memorandum of understandings for an additional year for our public universities and colleges. And that memorandum of understanding for every institution at this particular point in time will expire August 31st, 2017. So that will be next year. So we're in the process of trying to get started on the 5-year memorandum of understanding for all institution types. During the amended process, I realized that it would be very helpful to form maybe a small little committee to kind of go over that 5-year memorandum, just for the language. We did have some institutions who had modified the amended institution because of some information coming back from their general counsel. And within that, there were other institutions who might have wanted to use the same type of language. So the goal is to try to get maybe more universal language across the board for the institutions. That way, it's minimal modifications. We do understand that based upon your institution, your general counsel may have additional information that they want in the memorandum of understanding. So we're very aware of that. But we do want to try to get some universal language in the event that other institutions might want to use the same kind of language across the board. And so my hope is that I'm requesting maybe a very small committee coming from the Financial Advisory Committee just to work with me and our general counsel, and also with your general counsel at the time, so we can just come together and find some common language that can be used in the 5-year memorandum of understanding. Ideally, we want to try to get that information out very early next year, so everyone will have the opportunity to work with their general counsel to look at, because this is a much longer memorandum of understanding versus that amended one that only talked about a few items. This will go from pretty much A to Z. So we want to ensure that we've allowed enough time for all the institutions to read through the memorandum of understanding. If there is anything additional that we need to add into that memorandum of understanding, then that way we have allowed enough time for a review process and a submission process, because again, you have to have that on file before you funds are released to you. So I'm requesting from the FAAC, if there is anyone, Chris, anyone that may want to work with the coordinating board, just to start that process.
So you're looking for us to create a subcommittee to
Yes,
assist you,
please.
right? Okay.
That is
Just wanted-
correct.
My Robert's Rules is very poor. I've read the book, but my retention's very poor. But just to be a little informal, is anybody willing to serve in that capacity?
I will help.
Yeah, and same here.
And I'll be glad to serve on that as well. I think it's a very important document. Hey, go ahead.
It looks like we have some private representation and some public 4-year representation. Any chance we can get some
2-year?
2-year representation on it, so you're not...
Perfect. Great. That's wonderful. So I think.
And I saw a hand in the back that Alamo might be willing to assist as well, so...
Great. Well, that will be wonderful, and we'll definitely get started soon.
Do I have a recommendation to chair that subcommittee? Please don't make me call you by name. Can Deshae chair that committee?
We really should have a chair from this.
From the committee. So does anybody,
Not on the committee yet.
Not all at once.
well, tell you, I will be rolling off as chair at the end of this today, and so I'll be glad to chair that committee. So I'm not sure, as a chair, can I nominate myself?
Sure.
I'll nominate
So one nomination.
nominate Chris Murr to chair the subcommittee
Oh, really? You should.
on the MOU.
You should.
I second.
I third.
There. It's our first third. Okay, any discussion? Boy, I really need to reread my Robert's Rules. All in favor of nominating me as chair of the committee, subcommittee? All opposed? I won't hold it against you? Okay. And Deshae, I'll be glad to do that because I think it is a very important document. So
Yes,
thank you for the
thank you.
opportunity to allow us to participate that in schools, and I think that will make it an easier process.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you.
And he's a good chair. He knows how to do it, so...
Well, based on my performance today, you may disagree with what Chad's saying, but I'm doing my best.
You still have my vote of confidence.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Now I feel
Great.
better. So, any other questions for Deshae? Comments? Okay. Deshae, thank you very much, very informative. And just looking at the time and that we still have to get through Q, I thought we would take an hour break for lunch. And so, any concerns there? Okay, then we will break for lunch and return in 1 hour.
For anyone who's not familiar with the area, we have little maps that have some of the local restaurants and things like that. I know there's a Luby's there and a McDonald's there, but beyond that, I'm not real good.
to the Financial Aid Advisory Committee here at the Coordinating Board. And on our quest to reach Q agenda item, we are now on agenda item K. And I'm going to turn it over to Chad.
Okay. So I wanted to give everybody an update on the Financial Aid Advisory Committee nomination process. We received 15 nominations for 7 available slots. However, once again, we received no nominations from school districts. So 2 of those slots need to be left vacant as we continue to attempt to identify candidates that would allow the Financial Aid Advisory Committee to meet the expectation that we have the school district representation. So we're going to try sending out some notices this fall to see whether or not the timing might be part of the problem. With the notices going out just as everything was wrapping up for the school year at the schools, whether that had any reason as to why principals and counselors and things wouldn't respond. So maybe if we kind of reach out while we know they're actually in the buildings, we might be able to get some nominations that way. So, and just by chance, we have the executive director of the Texas Counselor Association. I think that's the one in the building tomorrow. So I want to try to grab her and brainstorm a little bit to see if we can think up some ways to make sure that we have the school district representation. In looking at all of the nominations, I went through and I mapped out all of the current as well as the nominated members to address geographic representation. I have my little map that everything is on there, and as well as looking at representation across the 4 sectors, public universities, private institutions, 2-year institutions, and health-related institutions. Also looked at representation across the 6 university systems within the public universities, as well as those that aren't represented by systems. One of the challenge was that the vast majority of the nominations were all from the public universities, and so it made that selection process more difficult to choose from. I then went and sought input from the FAC chair, vice chair, and past chair, giving them information on my proposals of who I felt would best round out all the different representation, and integrated their feedback, as well as the feedback of the assistant and deputy commissioner here at the agency. Lisa Blazer was originally the only person stepping down this year as her term has come to an end. But this past month, Chris and I received notice from Mary Adams that she has, her role has changed within the institution and she's working in a different area. And so she has stepped down from the committee as well. And so looked at that as well to fill in. And so in terms of the nominations that are going to be proposed to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, the board subcommittee in this area, in a couple weeks, are Alan Ahmad as TASFA president-elect, as the TASFA representative for a 1-year term, and then Diane Todd Sprague from UT Austin as a public university for a 3-year term. Becky Wilson from Texas Tech University, another public university, for a 3-year term. Ann Walker from Rice University, a private university, for a 3-year term. And then 2 additional nominations for 2-year institutions. Robert Marino from, I say San Jacinto. Is it San Jacinto or is it San Jacinto? I can never tell. So is it Jack? Because they call it Jack. So I'm supposed to say the J? Okay. So I'll never learn it. So for a 3-year term. And Alan Pixley from Collin College, a 2-year institution, for a 3-year term. And so their terms would start with the November meeting and go through October of 2019. So Once those go to the CAPS, if the CAPS group approves those nominations, we'll contact those members directly, those individuals directly, to give them all the information so that they can begin preparing for the November meeting, though their nominations would not be official until the October 20th board meeting, when the coordinating board as a whole can approve those nominations. But we want to give them as much heads up, since there'll only be about 3 weeks between the official approval and the first meeting that they'll need to attend. And then at that meeting, we'll need to select a vice chair for the coming year. Does anyone have any questions about the slate of nominees or the process that was used to determine the slate of nominees?
That being said, did I get it? Yes, okay. Oh, with that being said, we're also going to turn it back to Chad to talk to us about report review on work study feasibility study.
Thank you. This is the last of the 3 reports that will be presented to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning. And so I will, again, you are my test run so that I can let you know about what's going on, and these reports will be up and available on the web within the next week or so. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. Now I'm even in a worse situation than I was before. There we go.
It's running.
No, we might need to put new batteries or something. They might be super juiced or something. So, okay, now I'll start. Senate Bill 947 from the 84th legislative session mandated a study and report by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on the feasibility of providing off-campus employment positions through the Texas College Work-Study Program, with a specific emphasis on community colleges. It is important to note that during the same legislative session, Senate Bill 1750 was also passed, requiring institutions to place at least 20%, but not more than 50%, of their Texas work-study participants in positions located off campus. This requirement was separate from the required feasibility study. In order to achieve the directive of SB 947, the agency conducted an internal review of resources, utilized the research and reports of multiple policy organizations, such as the National Association of Student Financial Aid Administrators, the Working Poor Families Project, and the Center for Public Policy Priorities, and engaged the services of Texas A&M's Public Policy Research Institute to conduct surveys with other states, as well as employers and institutions in Texas. While almost all public and nonprofit private institutions in the nation utilize a portion of their federal work-study program for off-campus employment to accomplish the program's community service mandate, few institutions utilize federal work-study funds for private sector employment, and no institutions utilize Texas work-study at off-campus locations. Overall, there's very little research on work-study employment, either as a whole or in relation to off-campus positions. What little research exists suggests that work-study is beneficial as long as the hours involved are kept at a manageable level. Working 10 to 15 hours a week while school is in session has often been considered a reasonable expectation based on discussions amongst student employment professionals. The lack of off-campus opportunities is primarily driven by the significant challenges that institutions must overcome in designing and executing off-campus programs. Off-campus work-study requires a significantly higher administrative burden than on-campus opportunities, and most institutions simply are not staffed at a level that allows them to take on these expectations. To provide a comparison, think about the difference between identifying staff here within the agency to tackle a project versus contracting an outside organization to do that project. Contracting the outside organization requires significantly more time and expense, much like contracting with off-campus employers to provide work-study opportunities. Institutions also face the challenge of finding off-campus opportunities and developing jobs that don't compete with other mandates, such as the federal requirement that 7% of all federal work-study funds be spent on community service opportunities, or that don't result in the displacement of other workers, which is forbidden by statute. This is especially true in rural communities. A truly effective work-study program is one which creates additional jobs rather than simply providing a subsidy to jobs that already exist. Job creation is not an easy task. In fact, with the additional mandates from SB 1750, about a dozen institutions dropped out of the Texas Work-Study program since the challenges of meeting the requirements were too great. Despite all of these barriers, off-campus work-study programs are feasible, though complicated endeavors. PPRI's research demonstrates interest in the idea of an off-campus work-study program among both employers and institutions, and their research identified 5 states that have developed state-sponsored off-campus work-study opportunities. In particular, Illinois' cooperative work-study program uses a competitive grant structure to allow institutions to apply for funding to develop off-campus programs that are administered and assessed by the institutions, much like the current work-study student mentorship program here in Texas. Survey feedback identified the important factors for success that are on this current slide. 2 additional elements that were mentioned as critical were the importance of maintaining a need-based focus on the program to help reduce student reliance on loans, as well as the importance of providing students with solid guidance on employment placements, which requires time and commitment from the participating institutions. SB 947 specifically requested identifying institutions that might participate in a pilot program for off-campus work-study. Based on this feasibility study, it seems that rather than having institutions volunteer for a pilot, a more effective strategy would be to develop a competitive grant program whereby institutions demonstrate their interest and willingness through an application for funding. Institutions that demonstrate that they have the infrastructure to manage the program, the broad-based support from campus leadership and local employers, and a plan for developing, marketing, and assessing the program would be in a better position to succeed than institutions where a staff member simply volunteered. Given the legislative interest in a pilot program, the report proposes a private sector program due in part to the fact that nonprofit opportunities are already mandated in the federal work-study program. A private sector pilot would allow selected institutions to work with their local community to build a program that provides students with career-based employment that addresses local needs, while allowing for assessment activities to strengthen the program for future expansion. Work-study provides a host of benefits, not only to the individuals working in the position, but also to the individuals impacted by the work that is done. Work-study provides financial assistance, it provides workforce experience and marketable skills, and it provides the opportunity to positively impact others. In order to get the greatest advantage from the program, balancing opportunities is critical. And while SB 947 did not specifically ask for recommendations, we felt that the research done for this report suggested 3 particular items that were important to note. Excuse me. The first suggestion is to remove off-campus private sector employment from the standard Texas Work-Study program, allowing this program to have primarily a campus focus which utilizes an administrative structure already in place. This recommendation is not meant to eliminate the opportunity for private sector work-study placements, but rather separates private sector into a separate strategy. Devoting the entire current biennial funding to the standard program, rather than transferring a portion to the work-study student mentorship program, would provide employment opportunities for almost 1,500 additional students each year. The second suggestion is to expand the work-study student mentorship program to include academic advising and financial literacy activities with a dedicated funding strategy to double the size of the program. Mentorship can be an incredibly powerful influence, and many of the innovative work-study programs identified by the National Association of Student Financial Aid Administrators had ties to mentorship. Increasing funding for the work-study student mentorship program would impact hundreds of thousands of individuals and would support all aspects of the 60 by 30 Tech Strategic Plan: attainment, completion, marketable skills, and student debt. Finally, creating and funding a private sector off-campus work-study pilot program would allow 5 to 10 institutions to participate in a multi-year project to develop and execute private sector opportunities while identifying how to most effectively scale the program statewide. These 3 suggestions, in combination, create the opportunity for the state to utilize work-study funding in a way that allows institutions to most effectively target work-study opportunities based on their institution's unique structure, location, and needs. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Not necessarily a question, but a comment. Very wonderful report. I really appreciate the information that you're going to share with us because it's spot on with a lot of the concerns that I went through when trying to make that decision as to whether or not to continue participation for my campus. One of the things that I was going to ask was on the significant barriers part. When you and I spoke on the phone, one thing I didn't mention to you that just kind of clicked was one of our concerns was it's always a transportation issue for the student to go off campus. I don't know if there's the data to support that in others, but again, I think that's an important piece that you might want to share because again, a lot of our students don't have transportation, and that's obviously they're going to have transportation to get to the off-campus job. But thank you. I thought it was an excellent report.
I just want to make a comment to one of the barriers. You know, in the federal work-study programs, so we have the mentor funding that we use for our students. And one of the things that sometimes a barrier is in the way we've done this is my department actually ends up paying for it, but within our community and sending our students out to be mentors at the high schools or the middle schools, the schools require background checks on our students. And so the school doesn't have the money to pay for those. And so my office is absorbing the cost. And it's not a huge cost, but for some places it can be a cost. And so if the institution cannot pay for those background checks or the school district, then it's hard to provide that type of service out within your community to help students. So just one of the things that I was thinking about that's somewhat difficult in some of the positions.
While I wasn't able to cover all the details of this, one thing just to let you all know that we've proposed in the pilot project is to allow a portion of the competitive grant to be used for some administrative cost pieces. And so that might be an area that could be used for that.
And just an FYI, I mean, for our background checks, I think I was told it's $21 per background check. So.
Any additional thoughts to share with Chad? Okay. Then we'll move on to our next agenda item, and really it's just a question for the committee. In the past couple of meetings that we've had, we've typically muscled through the lunch hour to break about 1 o'clock, and so typically we have between 9:30 and 3:30, so about a solid 6 hours worth of time to work, and we've been doing about 4.5 hours, and I know it depends upon what items are being brought up, what we want to discuss, what kind of advice we're being asked by the coordinating board to provide. And so I just want to get a sense from y'all in terms of that flexibility. Are we utilizing your time as effectively as possible? I know some of you have to travel and be out of the office, and there are costs to your office, and just want to make sure that are we maximizing the benefit for you as participants on this committee when we have a shorter meeting time? Or a meeting of a shorter duration is a better way of phrasing it.
I'd say yes, it's been working very well for me the way it exists as today, so yeah, it's fine with me.
Okay. So no major concerns?
And one of the things that I wanted to make sure from our standpoint as we help develop the agendas and the like is to make sure that we're creating robust agendas that utilize the time that you're expecting. So I don't want to deliver I don't want to deliver a 6-hour agenda and you all had already planned your flights back for 2 o'clock or something because you assumed we'd get out at 1. So I want to make sure that we know what we're shooting for in terms of your time commitment.
I was going to say, that's the main thing, is just to know what to expect. If we're going to stay till 3, if, in case we're trying to get back for a meeting or whatever, thinking that we are going to get out at 1, it would be nice to know what to expect.
I think that's a little bit difficult, I guess, because if you look at the agenda today, if looking at this, you could expect that we're probably going to be here longer. So I think that's a little bit what you're trying to figure out. So like, for instance, for me, typically I plan to be out of the office all day. So I won't make an appointment on a Thursday because I do travel and drive by day, so I may not be back. But it's bonus if I do get out at 1. But I think that, maybe the commitment is from the committee that you pretty much know that this is almost a full day commitment and you may get out at 1. And if you want to go back to work, that is fine. And if you don't, I won't tell your boss. But, but I think that you have to think about that when you make your travel plans, so.
Well, I'm relieved first that you won't tell my boss. I appreciate that. Any other comments? Okay, then rolling along, we'll go to our next agenda item. And again, we're going to have Chad to visit with us on the early FAFSA and potential mechanisms or opportunities for outreach.
This particular item came up. We had someone from the Department of Education came in for a meeting a couple weeks ago and was talking with our college readiness and success area about some of the initiatives that were going on, and very much in the realm of what was being discussed with high school counselors as they prepare and try to assist students with the new timing, et cetera. And a question that came up was the extent to which the earlier timing may or may not provide institutions with a greater ability to provide support and outreach to students to help them have not just a longer window of filing the FAFSA, but a longer window of actually getting the stuff done. Kind of the scenario was, if the student does the FAFSA October 1st, but the institution doesn't look at the FAFSA until February anyway, and that whole time there's been something on the FAFSA saying you have a citizenship problem or one of those other things, it hasn't really expanded the time for the student to resolve those kind of issues. And not working in a financial aid office anymore, I can't represent what schools would be doing in terms of this, so wanted to bring this up as to whether or not, schools are looking at the opportunity to deal with application errors, completion of, using it to help promote completion of admissions applications if you start getting FAFSAs before you even have the admissions, whether that's part of what you're looking at or not in order to have another venue of trying to address these concerns that people have about making sure that students complete their applications in a timely manner.
I'll jump in. As a private university, the answer is yes, yes, yes. I think we fully expect to be operational the minute we can be, and that the admissions letters are all going to be different because we'll know when people start applying for admission, which is right now, we can say in the letter either, do a FAFSA or we've got your FAFSA, and can, message things accordingly. So that the two dovetail about the same time. So we have a huge coordinated process basically to get the ball rolling and get the communication out from, October 1st.
I know for our original thought process was we're not going to do anything earlier. However, seeing that we use PeopleSoft and we believe we will be able to import that data sooner, hopefully in October or November. And so we may use it to do those checks, get the citizenship documentation, those types of things, but not in terms of early awarding. We don't anticipate earlier awarding, but hopefully earlier follow-up. That's been the latest discussion.
And that's actually the particular piece that the Department of Education was interested in, was the earlier follow-up. They've issued another Dear Colleague letter indicating that the intent was never to have earlier awards go out, but the question they were asking us was about the follow-up piece.
Yeah, and I would say for us, it's really shifting everything that we were doing up by 3 months. As soon as October comes around, we're going to go ahead and start communicating with our students and what they need to do and do the verification process, all of it. So it's really just shifting everything we're doing to 3 months earlier.
Yeah, so we plan on doing the same. As soon as Banner is ready to go, we will start working to complete students' files, much earlier than we have in the past, because we should be able to get the verification and everything done in the fall instead of really the spring.
And from this community college perspective,
That's a little different.
it's a little different. This week, we're processing the first refunds for the fall semester that just began 2 weeks ago. So I think most of our students are thinking, show me the money right now. In their mind, the last thing that's on their mind is applying for financial aid for next fall. We have managed to work with our admissions office and our board of trustees to go ahead and approve the calendar for next year. So that was what was probably going to be the biggest hurdle for our college, to be able to prepare to receive the FAFSAs for 17-18. But so we're in that process right there. I think that's probably a little different for a community college than it is for a four-year public or private institution.
I think to add, just from our university's perspective, is because we are pulling that data in November, December tend to be slower times for us historically. We don't have a lot of inbound calls coming at that. We get most of our calls once we start awarding, so it's really going to allow us to hopefully do more outbound calling and have personal phone calls to students and their families, where in the past we weren't able to do that. And I think too, with more students, and this is a function of prior year, being able to use the data retrieval tool, that's going to reduce when the students used to give us an estimated award, then we get their actual taxes. It would create an EFC change. We're required to go back and make sure we understood why that EFC change occurred. That's hopefully going to reduce some of the churning that we have on a student's file, and again, free up more staff hours to do more of that personalized calling, as opposed to solely relying on our emails and our robocalls and those type of follow-ups. So I think that's an advantage of being able to pull the data in earlier, the timing of it, and some of the reduction in the verification processing will allow us to do more of a personalized approach to helping students complete their file.
And if you remember with the Department of Education, and when you have these new ICERs coming in, if you have current students and there's a data conflict, as soon as they send that into your SAG mailbox, you're responsible for resolving conflicts, whether you can load it into your system or not. So you have to have a mechanism to find out who has that new comment code, what is it, 399? And resolve that conflict. So we actually, as a school, on those, you won't have the ability to wait. You are going to have to start resolving conflicts as soon as that first transactions come in, so.
And for us, those transactions will be coming in before we can even really upload the files into our system, because we won't have Banner up and running. So we're having to develop a separate script in IT that's going to go outside of the normal Banner environment and start scanning those files for those codes and pulling in so we can resolve it even before we're able to bring up the 17-18 year in Banner. So unfortunately, we're having to write a code for about 4 weeks of time.
Can we get that code?
Yes, we'll be glad to share it. For a price, Delisa. Just teasing.
How about apple pie?
Apple pie would be great. Any other comments? Okay.
One of the things just to keep in mind for the next meeting, we had talked a few meetings ago about the fact that we would revisit the Financial Aid Advisory Committee's recommendation on the priority deadline during the fall meeting. And so just keep that in mind, that a topic we'll want to talk about in November is, now that you've actually had some experience preparing for it, you won't have a ton of experience actually doing it yet, but at least preparing for it, whether this change in the FAFSA is such that the committee would recommend any change in the priority deadline. When we talked before, the committee felt keep it where it is. There's too many unknowns. There's too great a potential of it having a negative impact on the students we're most seeking to help, the lowest income students, et cetera. So that, we did specifically decide not to recommend a change at the time, but we said we'd revisit it. And so I just want to remind everyone that November is when we will revisit that.
And to that point, I was going to say, I don't know about some of you, but when I was getting my publications ready for this next award year, it's a little tricky with that March 15th date, because I don't want students to wait, but I don't want to not talk about the priority deadline. So it was a little tricky on setting up my verbiage and making sure they understood. We want them to apply early, which means they would meet the priority deadline, but if with that deadline that I needed to keep in there, because they need to know that for state programs because it's statute. For some students, I don't want them to think, oh, well, I'm okay, I can wait till March. So it's tricky.
It'll be a fun conversation.
Okay, next on the agenda, as we close in on letter Q, we were going to talk about exemptions and waivers. And the issue that was raised is that there is a discrepancy between exemptions and waivers that are reported on the IFRS and those reported on the FADS. Historically, FADS is showing a lower number. And just sort of an initial thoughts on this would be, one, there are different deadlines. I believe IFRS is due in the August timeframe, and then FADS is due in December, so you're definitely going to have some in and outs. Also, with FADS, you are required to round, whereas with IFRS, you're not. So that's going to explain a very small portion of some of the discrepancies that the coordinating board is seeing. But it's, given the volume of difference in dollar amounts, typically some exemptions and waivers aren't being reported. And I know this
If we have
involves,
a $500 million rounding error, then we probably have a little problem here.
I wasn't going to say $500 million. I'm glad that you did. But so the 2 points that I raised will take a small portion of the $500 million. So I think there's some other issues that may be, could be addressed, or really just to help us better understand what are some of the reasons causing FADS not to match IFRS. And I know I spoke with our business office and some of their challenges they are dealing with, but from y'all's perspective, what are you as university seeing that would help explain that difference?
I'm kind of at a loss because I'm getting that information from our business office. So what is the other report?
The integrated fiscal reporting, IFRS, integrated fiscal reporting system. I bet that's what the S is. And I made the joke, but we were about $500 million difference between what we were seeing in FADS and what we were seeing through IFRS, which is what caused us to need to dig into this.
I'd have to dig in because I really didn't realize there was a discrepancy, probably. So I'd have to go back to business office and say, what are you reporting? Because they should be looking at the same thing we're looking at within our system, but.
You would think, because what they do is the business office just gives me the list of the exemptions and waivers, and then I manually enter them into the database so that when we run the FADS report, it's pulling those records. So I definitely have a conversation with our business office.
As isn't a FAD student by student, and then this other report is sent by the total amount and.
Correct. FADS is a student by student, whereas the IFRS is just here's the total. For each of the different exemptions and waivers, here's how much we spent on this exemption waiver, here's how much we spent on this exemption waiver. I know one of the questions that has come up internally is to what degree Is this caused by students that might be receiving more than 3 exemption waivers? Because there's the 3 exemption waivers, and then technically there is the 4th field that you're supposed to put everything else in, and we're not sure whether people are putting the stuff in, but having never administered exemptions and waivers, I really don't have a feel. How often are students getting more than 3 exemptions or waivers at your institutions?
I think that would be pretty rare at our institution.
I'm not familiar with the IFRS, and I apologize because I'm data collection and I can't remember on the FADs, but is it possible that in IFRS there's some other things that are incorporated that are in a different section on FADs? Like I'm thinking veterans benefits and other kinds of things?
We don't think so, but we will definitely dig into that even further just to make sure. But we believe that they are correlated. IFRS is, here are the different exemptions and waivers, how much did you award in each? Whereas on FADs, you have, here's your student, how much did you give them, and then you pick from a drop down of here's what the, describe which exemption and waiver it is. But that's a piece we will definitely make sure
Because a lot
we
of
compare them.
schools do use software's exemption system to manage other things. Like
And from my conversation, of course, I'm relaying what was told for me from Student Business Services, and it sounded like ancient Sumerian. I didn't quite understand what was being said, but I think they approach certain governing board waivers and the Texas Tomorrow Fund, for instance, differently than they traditionally treat waivers and exemptions and systems. So when the Texas Tomorrow Fund is put into the system, because Student Business Services only gets a portion of that actually covered, they then treat that very differently than they do standard waivers and exemptions in their systems. And so that it's not hitting just one particular fund, they redistribute that cost against the many fees. And so they are really doing a lot of manual manipulations on Texas Tomorrow Fund as well as governing board waivers. So they could pull that information at some point and essentially put it in a temporary table against which we would have to query from, and that would require some modification of the FADS report. So I believe they're tracking it a little bit differently in their system, whereas waivers and exemptions we're reporting, we can pull that directly from the database in Banner. But the Texas Tomorrow Fund portion that we are covering as an institution, and some of the governing board waivers, that's not really in a field against which we can query.
And I wonder, and like I said, I'd have to dig in, but I wonder how they're maybe on IFRS on third-party contracts and payments, where maybe on the financial aid side in our systems, it's like if it's not coded that it is a waiver or exemption or something for FADs. I mean, I'm trying to just look at the forms in my mind, but I think that there might be a disconnect there on those third-party contracts, which Student Business Services, I bet, is picking up in IFRS, possibly. But I'd have to see the manual and then ask them what they're reporting. Because obviously, I mean, we try to count all of those contracts as a resource, but is there some disconnect there?
And this may be a really stupid thought, but dual credit, you said, was on the increase, correct? They don't have a FAFSA, they don't have a TASFA, because we don't do them in financial aid. So, but the business officers are going to report that as an exemption, but we're not going to have them on the FADS report.
Which could be also like third-party contracts. So, we have international students, and a lot of them are sponsored students, and there's third-party contract that they put them under because their countries or some government is paying, but we would never report them probably on FADS. I don't think they would come up. I don't think they're coming up on the FADS because we don't consider that financial assistance because they're international students who typically aren't eligible. I'm just thinking that would be another.
I agree with that because majority of our competitive waivers, or not even competitive, the other not the competitive waivers, the non-resident waiver that we do is, those are international students who don't have a FAFSA on file, who don't have a TASFA on file. So do they show up on the FADs? I honestly don't know. I mean, somebody else would probably be able to answer that kind of a question better than I would. But my other question was, with the results of the $500 million, is it basically across all schools? Or is there's a few school? I mean, I'm just curious.
And we're gonna, similar to what we did with the Beyond Time and now the CAL, to try to reconcile between our Helm system and our FAD system, we're gonna start working to try to reconcile between the IFER system and the FAD system to try to identify these pieces. One thing we're doing different this round is more getting your ideas up front, as opposed to just kind of reconciling it and then throwing it out to y'all, because we kind of went, oh my God, what happened? And there were some very valid pieces like summer headers and things with bots. We're trying to figure out what are the pieces that we should investigate ourselves first. And because we've also identified some things related to timing and a couple other items that have made it clear that FADs will never reconcile to the dollar to IFERs. That we know for sure. We're just thinking that we should be able to get closer than $500 million in terms of our numbers, and wanting to make sure. And exemptions and waivers were also relatively recently added to FADs. It's only been, I think, the past 3 or 4 years that they've been included. And so we're also wanting to make sure that schools are reporting those accurately and that, they're using the fields accurately. So this gives us some stuff to start looking on a school-by-school basis to compare.
The other thing I thought of, when Marcus was on this committee, he used to bring up the differences in the financial aid database report and I guess it was IFERS, but he would talk about certain populations of students that they had at Texas Tech Health Science Center that he always wanted included. Was that the FADS report?
I think it was the CBM reports.
That was the
Yep.
CBM. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
Okay.
But we'll look at that to see if there's potentially differences in the population, because that did explain some things on some other stuff when we realized, okay, what exactly does the CBM versus FADS piece mean? We'll look to see if there's any potential IFERs versus FADS that we can identify.
Okay. I'm sorry. Is the IFERS a public school only form? I'm just not familiar with that report.
That's
okay.
Something that just hit my mind. Okay, so Texas Tomorrow no longer counts as a resource for a student unless they report it on their FAFSA correctly, that it doesn't affect them. So in the past, so this may be a big thing with IFERS. So in IFERS, I'm sure that Student Business Services reporting all of that tuition that basically is covered. And it's not going to be on FADS because it's no longer a resource for the student like it used to be in the past. And that is a lot of money. Lots of money.
Does that help?
This is great. It gives us some pieces. Again, I've never administered exemptions and waivers here in Texas, period. So, really trying to figure out where do we even look in the first place. And I think that this gives us some really good places to look so that when we do come and ask you some questions about your individual schools, hopefully we'll be able to pull out the obvious stuff. And it'll get more into the either you saying, oh, wait, yeah, that's right, we need to get that into FADS, or, here's a nuance you never would have figured out because this is how we do our system or something like that. So.
And we appreciate the heads up too, because it gives us a chance to get a heads up from our business officers. Yes.
I just want to add that IFERS is actually due on December 1st, so I did look up the guide. So I think it was mentioned it might be a little bit earlier than FADS, so they're actually due at the same time. So that may help as far as the information that's being reported from one thing to the next on the report.
That was me, so I was in error. Thank you.
No, I just wanted
appreciate
to point that out, that it does happen simultaneously, so.
I was also kind of curious, is it on the IFRS report usually more than what's reported on FADS, or?
Always, yeah, IFRS is always much higher. And really, one of the key reasons we want to get it more effectively represented in FADS isn't just, we want to get the numbers tried to be the same, but so that we can also more effectively include this information in our annual financial aid report, because there's this huge amount of money that we're not able to effectively report on, which impacts the average amount of unmet need that we're representing and some of these other things, because we just, this year we felt we couldn't include it in those numbers because we were, there was testimony going to, Senate committees, et cetera, about here's the amount of exemptions and waivers, and then our financial aid report was saying was $500 million less than that. We're like, well, no, we can't say two different numbers. So, so hopefully we can get to a closer piece. It's even just helpful to hear you all kind of say, no, it's probably not that students are getting more than 3. Because that was a big, being tossed around here was, well, maybe there's lots of students that get more than 3, and that's the whole answer. But based on your head shaking no, it doesn't sound like that's the road we should be searching for our answers in. But things like the international students, the third-party contracts, that you might be storing them in different locations within your system, all these ideas are definitely really helpful for us. Much appreciated.
Next up is a conversation. Issue was raised about continuing to have student representatives in both 2-year and 4-year institutions. And I think one of the challenges with the 2-year institutions is that typically the process for bringing someone and nominating them and getting them approved is about 6 to 9 months. And if you consider that a community college student may spend hopefully 2 years before they transfer or go elsewhere or get their associate's degree, that really they're only going to be able to serve for about just over a year. And so the concern was, in that respect, is it still beneficial to have a 2-year representative on the committee, even though they may only be able to serve for a year, and therefore we're in the constant mode of replacing that individual on the committee?
And I would just add to that a bit that the 2-year requirement is a administrative code requirement that student representatives on all of our advisory committees are for a 2-year term to provide that consistency of representation. So it would be something larger than just changing the financial aid advisory committee. We would have to change the agency code as a whole if we were wanting to try to look at less than that.
Well, then, I think it's very important for the success of the committee to have a 2-year student on here, at whatever it takes. Just because I've worked at a 4-year school and I'm working at a 2-year school, there's a lot of differences that need to be addressed in those conversations.
What are the other committees doing then if it's something that's in code?
We're the only committee that specifically has in our materials that we need to have 2. And that actually, just to remind everyone, we just added that. In the past, we had that we needed 1 student representative, and that if we had 2, we wanted, they should be 1 from a 4-year and 1 from a 2-year. When we made the changes in April, we added, we want 2 student representatives, 1 from 4-year, 1 from 2-year. And to be quite honest, it wasn't until after we had done that and we started to go through the student nomination process that we realized internally that it was logistically impossible, because you basically had to nominate a student before they'd applied to the community college in order for them to do their 2-year term. And so from the current structure, and that's a failure on my part for not having noticed the administrative barrier when we made that change in April.
Is there any way to expedite for that one person or that one category the nomination process and the approval process? I mean, I don't know if the process is actually written into how long it's supposed to take, but is there any way to expedite it, make it faster?
We can look into it. I'm not sure. I don't know that we can expedite it enough, because the 2-year term itself is the entire length of the education program. Even more, if than the program if they're in a certificate program or something like that, that by its nature is, you know, a one-year program or something like that. So.
I mean, I agree. I mean, we need to have a 2-year representative, but then I started thinking about, I don't know why we don't have like a graduate student and then an undergraduate student representative, because I think there's two different, you know, they have two different perspectives and the different programs and all that, but that thought just went through my mind. I don't know if that's something to consider in the future. You know, because you could have your undergraduate representative from any, you know, private, community or public, and likewise, I guess, with a graduate student.
And right now, what we ended up writing with our latest revision that just took effect was that at least one student representative from a health-related institution or the 4-year college sector, and at least one student representative from the 2-year college sector who serve as non-voting members. So we've kind of lumped the entire grad, undergrad, everything over on the one side, and then the 2-year sector on the other. So, and then also keeping in mind the number, you know, those count towards the 24 cap on it. So the more we have, you know, as we have the, you know, those 2-year, if we have those two students and we have the TASFA rep and, you know, we have these different ones that are kind of mandated, you know, that reduces the number of financial aid professionals that will be able to be on the committee. I think a key piece that I need to know is whether or not you're all thinking that this is a critical piece that really the agency needs to be looking at. You know, how are we structuring advisory committees as a whole? I've only been here a year and a half, so I have no idea whether we've ever had more than one student rep on the committee, and kind of what the, you know, how we want to approach this.
And my thoughts are, I don't deal with community college students quite a bit, but when I do, as they're coming and transferring in, I really do feel they have maybe a different experience at a community college than they do at a 4-year. I'm not saying that one's better than the other. They're just different experiences, and I think having a community college student would really provide the committee sort of that full spectrum of experiences that would really help inform the decisions and advice that we're providing. That would be my 2 cents. That provide you the information that you need? I'll take that as a yes.
I'm writing.
Okay.
1 second. I do have a follow-up question. I just need to write this quickly.
And Chad, if there's anything I can do to help, like with that process or to identify a student or something, I'll definitely be more than willing to help.
Going to Zelma's comment, you know, right now we're kind of categorizing 2-year and then everything else but 2-year. Do people feel that there's a criticality to having the grad versus undergrad voice represented on the committee?
I said, yeah, put Matthew on the hot seat.
Yes, speaking from a perspective of someone who's been in a 2-year junior college or community college, a 4-year undergraduate, a graduate school, and then also a professional school.
Hey, you got it.
I've ran the whole gamut.
He's covered.
Matthew's on the committee forever.
Yeah. So I would say that graduate school representation is really important, particularly in the realm of financial aid and all that entails. I don't think you need to go as far as getting a professional school student because it's kind of, I think, would you say it's one in this, you know, just the way that the financial aid process is for graduate school or professional school. But yeah, I'd say it's really important representation to have.
The only thing I might add about having a grad student on here is that in the realm of state financial aid programs, you don't have a lot of programs, if any, for grad students. So it may not be as imperative. Yet. I mean, I'm just, you know.
On the community college student, I mean, I might be the naysayer, but I think it's hard for people to speak up, you know, sometimes, and it might be something where they're here, but if they're not here long enough to participate. So is the objective maybe is it part-time versus full-time student and kind of the adult? So can you have the same kind of student, but somebody who's going at it for a long term? I don't know what I'm saying, but a community college is typically part-time. So do you want to restrict it to somebody who's at a community college or somebody who's going to school part-time as opposed to a full-time student?
Well, I think
all those
Doris
implications.
raises, I mean, there are all sorts of different subsections of the student population, and I think the committee needs to be on board with how many students do we need to represent all of these different views, knowing that each additional student that comes on is one less financial aid professional that's on the committee. You know, and so kind of what is it that the committee hopes to be getting from, you know, these voices on the group?
I guess I'll make a comment. So while I think it is important that we have student representation, you know, I wouldn't want to give up a financial aid administrator seat because we do have cross sections represented already, and we need that holistically. And we're working with the programs on a day in and day out basis and administering them on the campus. So I want to make sure we still have good representation from the financial aid community as a whole of the schools. So it's private, 2-year, 4-year, you know, health science center and so forth. That would be my comment on that.
Yeah, I didn't know that you would have to give up a financial aid administrator seat in order to fulfill an additional student representative. So I don't know, maybe make the selection quite stringent as far as their experience goes, you know? Do they have experience in graduate school and undergraduate school? Or, you know, I don't know, just an idea.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to have someone, if the selection process is, you know, stringent and takes 9 months, and then you're having them on for a 2-year block, I guess maybe the pickier you are, the better with who you have in the seat as a student.
And just so everyone's aware, the cap I'm talking about is that all advisory committees are capped at 24 individuals, and all members, including non-voting members, count towards that 24 cap. So just wanted everyone to be aware.
So how many slots do we have for school district representatives? 2?
For what?
School district representatives?
We have to have at minimum 2 school districts, according to what we passed most recently. 2 representatives from 4-year public, 2-year college, and private institutions, and at least 1 representative from a health-related institution. So that's 7. At least 1 student representative from the health-related or 4-year college, and at least 1 from 2-year, so that's 8, 9. 2 representatives of school districts, 10, 11, and 1 representative from TASFA, 12. So kind of the half of the advisory committee is dictated.
Right.
And then the other half.
But we do have a slot slated for a community college student already then, right?
Currently, we have a slot for a community college. We don't have it filled.
Correct,
We didn't receive any nominations from community colleges at all. And that's actually what started me looking into this, is when we got all the nominations, there were none from community colleges, and I was trying to figure out why and everything. And then I started realizing, oh, the structure of it is preventing it in some ways. So
I think that is in some ways, but I think from the committee, and I mean, I'm not at a 2-year school, but I think that a couple of us committee members, we do have some 2-year schools on here. We could help along with that process at some of the 2-year institutions to get some nominations.
Any additional ideas or thoughts? Okay. Judd?
We just, for this one, we kind of need to wrap it up into what is it that the committee is looking for me to go out and achieve? Am I going back to the agency to look to try to restructure in order to allow for one-year terms for community college students? Are we worrying about the other sectors, the grads versus the undergrads? Are we worrying about the different delineations of students and the voices that they could bring of part-time versus full-time? I'm not quite sure I understand what the consensus of the group is right now.
Well, I can try to, I think, y'all tell me where I'm wrong, but I thought the emphasis was, while it might be good to have a graduate student, we definitely want to have someone from the 4-year and from the 2-year sector, and that the may not require, because of the community college students may not complete their associate's degree or transfer within 2 years, they actually prolong. This may not be a problem in terms of getting at least a 2-year commitment, but even if it doesn't go to a 2-year commitment and say we only have them for a year, it'd be well worth going through the, unfortunately, sort of the administrative exercise of bringing that, getting another nomination, even if it means that community college student will only serve for an additional year because of the real value and different perspective they bring to the committee. So I don't think it's necessary to go and ask for any change in the rules. I think maybe try and see how it works out for the first year, bringing a community college student on. Maybe they will be able to serve for the 2-year term, but if not, then we'll go and ask, I say us, I know it's you and the work on your part for.
The one piece I want to clarify there is that students who, nominations whose graduation dates are prior to when the term is going to be up are automatically not considered for that. And so, like logistically, if you had a community college student who is, has a projected graduation date before,
Well,
we can't project that they're not going to complete on time.
most of our students, or 70% of our students are part-time, so if you calculate 2 years from when they matriculate, it's going to be longer than that.
So we may get it from the part-time, 'cause they've already set out there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I was just going to suggest that maybe the community college members of this committee kind of get our heads together and see if we can't go back to our campuses and say to our administration, we're looking for a student representative, and I'll be glad to kind of be the key on that one and keep you posted.
Great. And I will look at, much like having to reopen the nominations to try to find some school reps because we're missing those. This is the other one of the mandated items. If we're below 24, we don't have to go out and fill up to 24. But if we're missing some of our mandated pieces, we have to work on trying to fill them. So I will look into both how do we open up a process for school districts as well as how do we open up a process for community college students.
And I wanted to go back real quick to something that Matthew said I think is important is, we can be fairly selective because, we can kind of target in the sense of you want somebody who might have a myriad of experiences, while they were in school. So you went to community college, you went to 4-year, grad, don't know if you were seeking financial aid the whole time or how much you know about financial aid throughout your college career, but there are some students out there who do carry that forward from all the universities or community colleges on up that could be of value, and cross-represent, if you will.
Thank you.
I don't mean to extend it unnecessarily, but just a quick question about going and changing the code that you were talking about from a 2-year to a 1-year. If you had to do that, would that be across the board, across all student reps, or could you be selective in saying, okay, just a 1-year term for the 2-year student?
I'm not sure the answer to that question. The administrative code related to the student representatives is related to all of our advisory committees, not just the financial aid advisory committee. So we'd have to be looking at it across. Whether we could provide that nuance, it is not out of the question, but as all of you know, changing code is also not an overnight process. And so, but that's definitely something we can kind of keep in our back pocket to look at if these other efforts don't lead to success. And that might be, it may be the piece that is just, there hasn't been a focused effort on ever getting more than one person onto this committee, and we just need to change our culture and thinking about it, and, you know, and focusing on that, so.
Okay, moving on, I think we're at the penultimate item, and this is where I hand over my imaginary gavel to Delisa. There you go. And I couldn't think of anybody else who better to chair this committee going forward for the next year. Delisa Fox is the Assistant Vice President, Texas A&M. She also serves on the Board of Directors for our state association, the Texas Association of Student Financial Aid Administrators. She's known throughout the state as being someone who really goes out and is training and educating individuals on financial aid. So with her 28 years of experience, I know we're going to be in good hands as a committee, and thank you, Delisa.
Thank you. I thought he was going to say somebody who talks a lot. So thank you. I look forward to serving you all. So I appreciate the opportunity, but I did want to thank Chad's group, because they really do the hard work to put this together, and also appreciate Chris in his role in the past year as our chair. You've done a wonderful job, and I know he's always just a phone call away from me, so I appreciate that.
Absolutely. I don't have it.
No.
I have R.
She has our.
But I do want to say, and I do want to say thank you to Chad and all the staff at the coordinating board, because being chair is made so easy by you and your staff. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah, and I'll continue to look for the easy button for the next year. But anyway, any other agenda items today? Anything that wasn't on the agenda, or anything else before we close out today? Okay, meeting adjourned. Safe travels.